those clutches out, psh, 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 all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
now get
problem.
out of my way.
Hello, 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 hello. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's having a fantastic evening. We're jumping back into some Dune Awakening tonight, where we're going to see what sort of funny business we can get into. We might be doing a bit of some decorating. We're most definitely going to be looking for some bases to raid. That's about it. That's about it. That's about it. That's about all we got for updates, for real.
I dream of it.
Yurism, good evening, my friend. I hope you're doing well. That was me. That was me. That was on my side. My bad. The dings were on my side. MHC, hello, hello. Would you look at this? Yet again, no patch notes. Yet again, no update. No downtime. This might be like the longest time that we've had between any sort of patch or downtime ever. Actually crazy, actually wild. Caustic, hello. Hi, how are ya? Oh, I hope you're doing fantastic. You know what we should do? You know what we're gonna do first? Let's check Do Gap. I forget where we left off. I forget where we left Do Gap at. Let's make sure the old home server's not completely going to waste. Though, if I'm being realistic, we're only like level 160 something on this account. We don't have all of the class quests done. we've got like none of the schematics. There's a whole lot going on over here that's against us, but should they ever end up doing server mergers or anything like that, we would most definitely come knock it out. I mean, realistically, all we have to do is a few quests and we would be just as caught up. Wow, fantastic. We're out of power. Good to know. Good to know. Also, our taxes are due. Good. Are we in the East Coast or Midwest? Midwest, Caustic. Hey, Ray, I appreciate it, my friend. I most definitely appreciate that. Some of them are hit and miss, you know. We do a little bit too much on some of them and maybe not enough on others. Some of them are definitely hit and miss, but I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome, cowboy. Good evening. All right, let's go get some fuel cells so we can power this damn base up. That one was on me. See, that's why we came and checked here. I was pretty certain we were in need of some power. But yeah, we're here in the Midwest, Caustic. We run that overnight shift of a live stream, if you will. It works out. It works out, but we do also, like, we'll throw on some special live streams every now and again, dependent on like game releases and whatnot. And even for Dune Awakening, for example, like when the first expansion comes out, you know, we'll probably be running a 24-hour Dune Awakening live stream, you know, digging into and plowing through the entirety of the first expansion, you know. And we've also got the Arc Raiders playtest coming up on the 17th, paired with the Arc Raiders launch on the 30th, both of which we are going to be doing 24-hour live streams for. Then we also have, we might run into a situation like we did with Borderlands, because we also have old school RuneScape coming out with a Leagues starting on October, I've got no water, fuck. Starting on October 15th, and we may possibly run a 24-hour old school RuneScape Gridmaster live stream on October 15th. Then on October 17th, run the 24-hour Arc Raiders playtest live stream. And then on the 30th, we'll do another. So we sometimes we do some special ones where it's not technically overnight. You'll catch me in the middle. You'll catch me in the middle. I'm sure that's gonna make a hell of a difference. I'm sure that's gonna make a hell of a difference. I've always preferred the small city living or small town living. You know, I grew up in a small town. I prefer it that way. So yeah, Kansas City would probably be like living in Denver, bro, and I wouldn't probably worse than Denver actually. In either one of them. No, thank you. Mike, good evening, good evening. You came over to Harmony, very nice. I don't know if you're talking about like the people's character builds or like the base builds. I'm not certain, but either of those is probably true to be honest, and I think that has everything to do with the fact that it's just got the highest population. You got the most amount of people, so. All right, all right. Looking good in here. Looking good in here. We were doing some decorating last night, and the base is coming along fantastically. Looking real good. Real good down here. We still got a lot of decoration space that we can put down and use as well. And we are going to need it because we've got up here. This area needs to be hit with a bit of some decoration. Down here needs to be decorated in a way that makes this entire area maybe even make sense because this is kind of a pointless area. Up here needs to be decorated. All up in this. In there. Up there. So we still got a lot of areas to hit here. Fantastic. Give me that. The base building, yeah, people go all out over on Harmony. Honestly, even when I was on Gap, I mean, you find some people on all servers, I'm pretty sure, that are going all out with their base builds. And like I said, with Harmony's population, you're just gonna find them all over the place. Now, what are we doing? Okay. Missiles. Ah. I knew it was something. I knew it was something. The Harco set is lacking so much, Caustic. It's crazy. Thoughts on the layoffs? Hilarious. Honestly, it's what teams did they lay off? I didn't even see what teams they laid off. I didn't look into it at all. Also a little bit shocking, if I'm being honest, like a knee-jerk reaction, a bit shocking, considering Dune Awakening had to have been a financial success. Had to have been a financial success. And honestly, Mike, when it comes to PvP inside of the Deep Desert over here on Harmony, when they split up the instances, even before they split up the instances, if you're talking about like dogfights, I'm telling you, man, it was hard to find dogfights around here. And then when they split up the instances, I thought PvP was going to be hard to find, but we've been finding it pretty consistently at any of the labs. Last night was actually crazy when it came to the PvP. It was all over the place. Yeah, good luck finding dogfights, man. The only they've always been hard to find here on Harmony. I don't know what it is. I think it has everything to do with the fact that Spice is mega duped on this server. So there's not a whole lot of reason for people to be out crawler harvesting. So a lot of the big guilds aren't even bothering with going out and crawler harvesting. And therefore, you just don't find them. You just don't find them. When we were going out and looking for dogfights, we would find a few here and there. But it was most definitely like I would almost find more dogfights on Dew Gap than I would over here. Man, crawling through a storm is crazy business. Y'all are nuts. Those deep desert storms don't play around. The market is crazily out of control. I actually haven't taken a look at it anytime recently to see. So I'm curious. They kind of nipped the duping in the butt a little bit, and the melange prices actually went a little bit back to a stable price. But I don't know how long that's going to last, or if it even lasted long at all. If it's already done, I have no idea. But yeah, the market's out of control, especially like if we're talking schematics are crazy expensive. You can make 50 million Solari by just spitting in the air. It's crazy. No way the power harness is 120 mil. I'm paying 2 mil a piece for them. I paid 2 mil a piece for them. When was the last time? I mean, it used to be going for 120 mil until they came out with it in the safe zone for free last week, I think it was. What am I looking for? I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Bally. I picked up a few of them as well. Those were the schematics I just put in the chest. I just put 4 power harness schematics in the schematic chest because they were for sale for 2 mil a piece. Yeah, and the main reason that they dipped down so low is because they came out inside of a PvE station lab last week. $10,000 melange at 5,000. Oh, it's probably people monitoring the market. Cowboy paired with yeah, people monitoring the market, scalping, paired with they're apparently duping on demand mainly. AO3, hello, hello. I hope your grind's going good. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, what's that shield going for on this server? That shield is going for some stupid price on this server, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it's going for a really dumb price on this server. A lot of the schematics are. But that being said, you can typically go on the Landsrat and find something like... I mean, you could get the power harness on it this week. Cauterizer's always a decent one. Typically, you can find something on there that has a schematic that's worthwhile doing. Sometimes you'll even get lucky and get, like, kill the Masquerade, which gives you something like the Perforator, which pretty consistently sells for, like, 65 mil on this server. And then while you're killing the Masquerade, you'll be collecting the Sand Trout Leathers, which typically sell for, like, 40,000 a piece on this server. So you'll make an extra, like, 8 mil doing that, so... pretty solid. So, how about that Call of Duty? Anybody been paying attention to that at all? I happened to stumble upon some sort of gameplay happening with that, and I gotta tell ya, wasn't impressed. I gotta tell ya, I'm just really not into the die respawn type shooter, and the person was watching had somebody in their chat say... They had somebody in their chat say, what did they say? They said Call of Duty Respawn Simulator, and I just thought that was such a good name. It was such a good analogy, or whatever you want to call it. It was a description of what that is, what it looked like. I prefer the Hallex pick as well, Mike, mainly for the distance. The reach that you get with the Hallex pick. You get some extra reach with that thing. That's why I like the Hallex pick. But the Cauterizer typically sells for really good on this server as well. I don't know what it sells for. Bally, you take it nice and easy. You take it nice and easy, my friend. You don't do nothing too crazy out there. You don't do nothing too crazy. Here's hoping we can find some raids to get into tonight. I know we left off and there was a few spots. There was a few spots. Whether or not we're realistically going to be able to hit those spots, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. You know what we've been doing as well, and we're probably going to be putting in a live stream doing this soon, is RuneScape Leagues, bro. Like, we're probably going to be putting in another live stream where we dive into that. We've gotten up to the point now where we can finally take on the tier 95 Necromancy boss. I have no idea how the mechanics work on this thing. I know that this is the only boss in the game that gains me access to the necromancy gear upgrades that I need. And with RuneScape and how the RNG works in that game, I'll need multiple kills to even get it, and I don't even know if we can get one kill. That may or may not be coming down the pipeline here shortly. On a Nadir, there was a guy offering the tier 6 scouts to fight him, but there was more people lined up than this game has patches. There was more people lined up than this game has patches. This game has a lot of patches. A lot. Sometimes there's patches like every frickin' day. So I'm wondering if that's what you meant. Number 3, Eurism. We're starting off on the home instance this week. Take your time, take your time. If tonight's anything like yesterday, we'll find a lot of PvP, but not a lot of bases. So. Yeah, Lost Rift. I haven't seen that. Apparently, so the person, Gecko, the guy I did the podcast with last week, check that out if you haven't already. Solid set of people over there. But he's talking about something called sand coming out with a playtest. I think right now sand is having some sort of playtest, which is an extraction-esque. I haven't really looked too much into sand. Sometimes we've got a lot on our plate, and it's like I can't quite squeeze that in, you know? I can't quite squeeze that in. Plus, I do want Arc Raiders to be genuinely my very first experience inside of any extraction shooter. You know what I mean? I want to come at it from zero perspective of what the extraction shooter is meant to feel like, or what types of variations of extraction shooter are. A forward operating base and nothing good. That's typical. Usually that's how it goes around here, I tell ya. Forward operating bases suck. They do. Even when you get something good out of them, you get like a bunch of ore that's gonna take you a bunch of trips to move back and forth. Meh. We missed the glory days of raiding in this game were the first couple of weeks when people were actually bringing production facilities out into the deep desert because it was a long haul back. I imagine that you will, Eurism. There's no way I would pay for another Funcom experience, especially with some of the things that I've heard with Conan Exiles. But I've everybody who talks a bunch of shit about Conan Exiles is just like me with Dune, and has a ridiculous amount of hours into Conan Exiles. So it's like, but they must have done something right somewhere down the line. Can you pinpoint what exactly it is? No. Oh. Lost Rift was a game that Gecko was pointing out to me as well. Yeah, he sent me that game. He DM'd me some info about that game. And I was like, bro, it was like PvE in the title. And I was like, dude, I am not into like a co-op PvE game. But then he was explaining, he's like, no, it like builds into PvP. It like builds into PvP. With like PvP islands and shit. I was like, oh, okay. All right. Now we're starting to get back on my more of my competitive line here. Now we're talking. Yeah, no, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Arc Raiders. You know, if I really like the genre of extraction shooter, but for some reason, you know, Arc Raiders doesn't have that 1,000-hour draw to it. Maybe we'll dip our toes into a couple of other ones and check out stuff like Lost Rift or Sand. But again, I've got really high hopes for Arc Raiders, like really, really high hopes. Mike, you know, you bring up an excellent point, and I've said that before, actually. A lot of the hours put into this game entirely has to do with the community. And not the community in the game, but the community inside of the live stream. So you guys, and then the guild that we, you know, a lot of the hours in the game definitely have a lot to do with that. But even before we rolled into into pushing a guild, like, we had a ridiculous amount of hours. So the game definitely sucked. Even sucking 100 or 200 hours out of a player in 2025 is a solid amount of hours to suck out of a player, especially with not the most intriguing of PvE AI to be fighting. Whoever put the progression system together in this game did a really, really, really good job. Honestly, I mean, like, what are you gonna compete with faction-wise, Caustic? Like, if factions don't mean anything, in my opinion, um, are you gonna like compete inside of the Landsrad to beat them out on the Landsrad so they don't get that reward every week? That's gonna get old quick, I think, in my opinion. I hate working the Landsrad. It's the worst. It's one of the worst freaking time sinks inside of this game. And that's probably everything to do with the fact, you guys, that there's just no Harkonnen guilds that even attempt to partake in the Landsrad, and I think that has everything to do with the fact that the whole Landsrad system just sucks. The only thing I'm genuinely willing to do inside of Landsrad is tasks that are going to get me solid rewards, like the Perforator or whatever, what have you. Power Harness. Imagine Dune having any sort of creative PvE, even to like 1% the degree that Once Human did. Imagine that, cowboy. Imagine that. Imagine even 1% of the creative PvE. Just imagine. We'd be playing a different fucking game entirely. Yeah, bro. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I've heard multiple things. I've heard these guys are really locked down from whoever they bought this ISP from. I don't know if that's just, you know, the devs making an excuse or what. So I've heard that they're really locked down from doing much of anything realistically because of whoever they bought this IP from, but I think I was nearing 300 hours in Once Human Mike. I loved that game, dude. That game was so badass. They lost the plot though, man. They stopped pumping out new content. I didn't even mind the character resets. I did not mind that. But they stopped pumping out new content, and all they kept pumping out were $200 cosmetic loot crates, where if you wanted to get all of the cosmetics from the loot crate, you were going to have to spend $200 in order to guarantee that you got everything from the loot crate. Absolute insanity, dude. They pumped out like 7 of those things before they pumped out any new content, and I was like, I'm done. And then I think the way of winter was the hair that broke the camel's back for me in particular, due to the fact that it was just a busted ass scenario. And we even did a Once Human live stream when they came out with that endless dream scenario, but because we did a live stream when they came out with endless dream, but the AI in endless dream felt sloppy for some reason, like unresponsive. All of the servers turn permanent now, Mike. All of the servers at the end of their life cycle turn permanent. I'm pretty positive. Hell, they dare raid everything except for the sub-thief. Those dirty bastards. There's something over here, just whether or not we're going to be able to raid it's the different question entirely. Eurism. And aside from these bases, last night when Kel and I were looking, we literally found nothing. There's nothing else last night. Oh, actually, you know, we could also go check and see if that other one's still there though. I bet it's been hit by now. If I had to guess, it's been hit by now. Dude, I swear I've got like some shit in my eye. I've not been able to get it out all day. Now. What do you mean small forward operating base? Oh, on F2? Oh, I see. This is what Kel and I were picking at yesterday. This is when everything started to pop off yesterday, is when we were picking at these guys. Interesting. Oh. This is subfief down. No subfief here. It's been abandoned. It's been abandoned. We're going deep. We're going deep. We're going super deep. Oh, we've got some loot. Surely it's stacked, right? Oh, fuel for days. Very nice. Oh, look at all these chests. What could possibly even be in these chests? Nothing. 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 All right, there's a faster way to do this. Yeah, no chests for you. Backpack full, but none of the stuff dumped on the ground. That's peculiar, isn't it? Can others, meaning foes, hear you use the life scanner? I think they can hear you use it. They don't see any of the what you see, like with that blue beam, though. Driver, good evening, my friend, and him, hello, hello. This is the base Kel and I were picking at yesterday when all of a sudden a carrier popped up. You know, all of a sudden a carrier popped. Oh, what the hell? What the fuck? Why? 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 What are we doing? I dropped that stuff, but it's nowhere on the ground. It just disappeared. I dropped that stuff and it just disappeared. Eurism, we need you over here, and we need you over here with some sort of storage. Some sort of storage unit. Get up, you old fart. No, no, I knew he was gonna bonk his head, and I tried it anyways. Fuck, I've reached the building limit on this category. Really hoping that I didn't reach the build limit on that category, but we did. Oh, up the sub-fee first, of course, of course. Take your time, my friend. Also, maybe be careful. Maybe be careful. We had a lot of heat. We had a lot of heat yesterday. Lot of heat. Almost a fire, you would say. You got Dune from a friend of yours, Sparkle. Really interesting. Oh, look at this weird honeycombing going on. Oh, is that a door? Whoa, what could be behind the door? What sort of monster built this base? That's foundation. Foundation. Oh. What the hell is going on? Oh, what is really going on? There's so many hidden rooms. There's so many hidden rooms. What the? Is this another hidden room? What is even happening? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, thank goodness. Hello, outside world. Juji, hey, how are you? How are you doing, my friend? Good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic. Well, now it's just weird, isn't it? It's just weird, isn't it? It's so weird, bro. Sort of mazed these people put together. Also, so many triangles. Honestly, Mike, I'm telling you, the dogfights are few and far between. They're hard to find out here. You might be able to catch somebody, you know, crawlering some spice fields. But even then, you know, spice is so heavily duped on this server. It's not much of a reason for people to do that, so they don't. So weird. Gore! Good evening, my friend. Oh, what the fuck? No way, dude. No way. No actual way, bro. I can't fucking even move it. I can't even move it to hide it. I can't even move it to hide it. Eurism, we're gonna have to break this whole thing down. It just keeps. Oh wait, this was like a little bit of like a hidden stash, hidden buggy entrance bay. Maybe it makes a little bit more sense that this was here than I had originally thought. Hang on. What's above me? Okay, yep, this was that room. Starting to make a little bit more sense. Is there another hidden chest in here? Oh, there is, bro! There is! What is up with this? What is up with this? It's empty. Is there another one? Oh, God. There was another chest on the hangar level. That was the first one we found, and that's what caused all of this, that's what caused all of this confusion. The one on the top level had the most stuff in it. Anything in the medium chest? In that second medium chest, it had like 2,000 or something. And this has another few thousand. Yeah, Eurism is on his way as well. I'm holding down the fort, and then we'll take this thing the rest of the way down because there could be hidden juice anywhere, realistically. Super weird. It was abandoned. It was abandoned. That's what makes this whole thing even more weird. We rolled up on this is the base that Kel and I were trying to raid yesterday. We were like breaking all of the generators down yesterday, and then all of a sudden, boom, a carrier is there, and then boom, like four scout ornithopters with rockets show up. Correct, we are right next to Kel's base. This is where Kel based up after all of that madness went down. He slapped down a little bit of like a duck away base. Yeah, yesterday was crazy, him. Yesterday was crazy, and this is where it all started. Like I said, Kel and I were raiding this base, trying to, and then fucking insanity ensued, and then it literally went from insanity to insanity to insanity to insanity. Well, I don't know if Zed raided, perhaps Zed raided the sub-fief and they just missed these chests, or they abandoned the sub-fief and they didn't collect the chest. I don't know what happened. I knew I knew that this was a base that Kel and I were at yesterday, so it was the first place I was going to check to see if it was still up. And we rolled in on it, and the very first thing we notice is that we have access to a generator, which tells me that the sub-fief's down, and I can now break everything. Yeah, no fief. No sub-fief. We just rolled up on this thing. Kel! Yeah, see, Kel's here. Kel's here. The base is just abandoned. I know, right, him? You would think that we would have noticed that carrier. The carrier showed up so late. Or, I mean, we didn't notice the carrier until it was, like, right in front of us. Do I have wire or metal? Yeah, there's some in these chests. Not this one. Well, there's some in this one right here. What the hell was that? Welcome, 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 welcome. I don't have a sub-fief, so I can't transfer it into your ornithopter via the whatchamahoo's it. Okay, well, I can't help you here. I can't help you here. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Don't you even worry about it. I couldn't really help you anyways. I'd be moving 30 at a time. If you can sub-fief it, that'd be the best thing to do. Though this base would need to be broken down because there was a chest here. There's another chest down there, and there was the chest over there. We got enemies. Oh no, jeez Louise. Came flying in like a madman.
Oh, I don't have a thief because I built the deep desert base, sorry. Can you do it, Zerism? Eurism?
Bong, you know, since which update? Because the game's been dying at a pretty rapid pace, and I don't mean like the game's been dying. What I mainly mean is the servers have been dying. The majority of servers are dying off rapidly, and people are re-rolling into their region's most populated server. It's a big problem. That'll let them know not to come this direction. We've got the boom boom. We've got the boom boom. Now that you guys are here, though, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna continue picking and looking for stuff. We found these here, which was strange. It's just a foundation block. I was like, we just literally scanned another chest. No way. Oh. What the hell is happening, bro? What the hell is it? Now they're hiding baby chests. Now they're hiding baby chests. Also, you see that I'm deleting this and I don't have room in my inventory. Where is that going? Is it going there? Oh, it is. Okay. Was that another baby chest? Oh, what the fu- Oh, God. It's just this chest. It's just this chest again. Wait, we have enemies. We have enemies. Where'd he go? I didn't see where he came from or where he went. Oh, so Eurism, you're the one who broke the sub-fief on this base? Eurism skipped out on some juice. Eurism skipped out on some juice. Was he at the chest? Was he at the chest? Scan, that's a good point. I don't think he was. This thing is still almost full. I'm gonna continue looking. Especially after finding a baby chest, like we found a, oh my goodness gracious, we found a generator room as well. Wow. I wish I could just hold this down. There is so many half walls. Couldn't imagine going through the trouble of putting this up. Yeah, you're right, him. Oh, you're 100% correct. We're not gonna break it all down, Cal. Well, I can't say the same necessarily for Eurism. There's 2 chests here which are worth anything. Right there, and did I just get fired at? Did you hear that? Right here and up here. This gives you a good look into the underbelly here. Oh. Now, they could have hid chests between here and there, but realistically, probably just a bunch of honeycombing. If we're being realistic. In general, how many missiles would you need to destroy an ornithopter? 10? You've never used them? More than 10. More than 10. I would say. I'm not positive. I'm not 100% positive on that fire. I've never had a missile successfully completely destroy an ornithopter or anything like that. Oh, right, yeah. Kells brings up a good a good thing to bring up as well. Are we talking missiles from the hand or missiles from the ornithopter? Because if it's missiles from the ornithopter, it's a lot. It's a lot more than 8. A lot more than 10. Oh, what the hell? There's another one. There's another one. It's got nothing in it. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Well, I mean, we've pulled like a couple thousand, at least, titanium out of here. But still, I mean, that's about all you're gonna pull out of a raid anymore nowadays, I swear. Be lucky to find anything out in these. Eurism raided this base and thought there was nothing inside of it. I come in and break a few walls and find find some hidden plastanium chests. Like, what the hell? That's just insanity. I wouldn't have looked that hard either way. I was just curious because I rolled up on it and it was breakable, so I was like, let's kind of take a look at what these guys had going on the inside. I wasn't anticipating seeing anything either, Eurism, and realistically, if I didn't find anything right away, we probably would have just broken into a couple spots in their base, found the generator room, and been like, oh, interesting, and then left. Tanit, good evening.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Is there a storm coming, Kel? Oh, that actually reminds me. I don't know if it's hitting all the way up there. You hit it? You hit it? Okay, Kel got it. Kel got it. Question answered then. Yep, nope, makes total sense. Makes total sense.
Sector weather
Oh,
alert.
that's good to
A
know,
large
Tanit. That's
sandstorm
good to
is
know. How would
approaching.
they even remember where each chest is hidden? I know, that's what I'm saying, Bong. I'd forget as well. Shit, I'd forget for sure. I thought they did forget because I thought they abandoned their subfief. I didn't think that Eurism raided it. I'm just trying to remember where we checked and where we didn't check when we first came in. Did we check this island? No, you're definitely right, Eurism. It's not a bad amount of titanium. I mean, 2 plastanium chests filled with it's not terrible. Could be worse. Sandstorms all the way down into E-row. I don't see it yet, but I haven't heard the warning, so I'm guessing that I'm flying away from it. If I was flying towards it, we'd hear the warning, like, spamming at me. It also might be down south. I don't know. I wish it would spawn and render in a little bit sooner so we could try and... I came from the north down to this base here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hey, Blasterito coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you?
On intimidation.
Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Welcome. I'm having a hard time regulating my body temperature. Every time I turn that AC unit on behind me onto fan, it gets hot in here. But the second I turn it on
A large sandstorm
to
is
cool, I'm like freezing. So we're struggling. We're struggling with the back and forth tonight. I hope you're doing well, though. I hope you're doing fantastic.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Did that get it, Chuji? Yeah.
Protect them from the storm.
Well, on titanium. I was waiting for the storm.
There you guys go. I got you nice and safe. Kel, were you on TV today? That's a good question. That's a really, really good question. Kel's the news anchor. We didn't know. Damn. Kel doesn't think so. Unless the news anchor snuck the camera into his bedroom. This is going all the way up. I know you guys are in assault ornithopters. I'm going to tail this storm here, just in case. What color is that armor? The original color of it is red, but we've got a dye on it. What dye do we have on it? Listen, old man, I'm gonna need you to tell me what dye you have on your chest here. Comb. Choam. He's running the Choam. Honestly, Chuji, we kind of scouted out the islands before we rolled out to that base. We did a little bit of a look-see. And we didn't see nothing. We didn't see nothing. It's not Wallach, that's for sure. Him knows. Him knows. It's probably gonna be another week before we hit Wallach. Do I really want to go kill a bunch of Masquerette? No, I don't. Should I done it last week when it was ship manifests? Yes, I should have. Oh, you know, Kel was going absolutely crazy. Tanit, Kel. Oh! We've got a base, we've got a base! Wait, no, am I seeing things? I think I'm seeing things. It's just a sandhill. Do my eyes deceive me? Yeah, it's a sandhill. I've been jebaited so hard, dude. Damn it. Psych. False alarm. I came up this left side. It went all the way up this top and then rolled down. So I didn't check this back side. And I didn't check like this middle side either here. So we could potentially have something here. Just because of the fact I haven't checked. No, but that did almost happen to us during the whole D6 debacle. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. With the quickness. With the quickness, old man. Break it down. No, but that almost happened to... Oh. Well, that was a successful raid, Eurism. We blitzed it, we blitzed it, we blitzed it. Good job, us. That did happen to Arcadius, or it almost happened to Arcadius. Arcadius almost got stuck inside of that one base that I was helping protect, and then ultimately at the end we ended up raiding. Good, 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 good. We needed that air. We were running low on air. This raid came at like the 10-minute mark. I think it doesn't help that the air is blowing directly on me. Maybe when we push it over the other side. This raid came, or this storm came at the 10-minute mark on instance number 3. I don't know if that island would have gotten hit by the storm, but this one would have for sure. By the time we get to that island, that's on G3, we checked that. F2, it's probably directly where we came up. This island, I doubt that got hit. That also looks like a safe zone island. This is like our last hope right here. It's like our last hope, and then honestly, we're gonna have to go check another instance. Harmony is 240 ping for you. Should I bite the bullet and give it a go? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe talk to Leah. I think Leah's playing on even worse ping than that. And they might be able to give you a better insight into, like, how much of a hindrance that makes on the experience. You know what I mean, MHC? Because that is a decently chunky amount of ping. I doubt those islands would have gotten hit, and I'm pretty sure we checked these islands. But we'll hit them as we swoop down. Oh yeah, Phoenix, you know, I don't even know where I got that comb swatch. If I'm being entirely honest, I don't even know where that came from. I don't really pay too much attention to that. I know I need the Wallach swatch because it's got the blue. It's got the blue that I need inside of it. Blue or the red, I don't remember. One of the two. It's a default swatch. Sheesh. Well, it does look nice. It does look nice. For being a default swatch, that nice white color, I dig it. Oh. I'm in the PvE zone. Yep. Well, I'm gonna go head out and scout up another instance. I'm not positive which one. You wouldn't bother with anything over 100 ping inside of an action game fire? Yeah, you know. I'm kind of right there with you. I'd imagine it definitely makes a pretty big difference, especially in PvP situations. But sometimes you can get away with squeezing by, sometimes you can't, which is why Leah would be the best person to ask. I know they were talking about having a really high ping. But honestly, if like you're in Europe or something, Australia, I don't know, maybe PAX is also even worse ping, you know? And then that kind of sucks. So is it just Harmony and is it just PAX? Or does each region have their own, like, highly populated server? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Chuji. That's what I'm saying. Because technically other regions, I know for a fact Europe has PAX, but you would assume that the Oceanic servers have their own highly populated server. You would guess, you'd think. Arrakis is the West Coast server that is almost as populated as Harmony. Interesting, interesting. I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware of that. I could technically connect to either of those and probably be at the same ping. I'd probably honestly be a little bit better off on the West Coast server, but anybody in Europe would be screwed. Hey, Toronto, coming in, drop that follow over on Twitch. Hi. Hi, how are you? Oh, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Well, I'm, I don't have the highest of hopes that we're gonna find anything on either of these other two instances. I really don't. We scrubbed these things pretty damn thick yesterday, so... But, bases can go up in a matter of minutes, so maybe. Bikini, what's up tonight? You know what's up tonight. We're always looking for those raids, looking for that trouble to get into. We may eventually, after we search all of these servers, get into all of the raids, maybe go hit up a lab or two. We may eventually go back into decorating the deep desert base as a bit of a wind down, possibly. Bear with me 1 second. That was my bad. I'm starving. We had to get some noodles cooking. We had to get some of those noodles going. I was gonna cook some up before the live stream went live, per usual. Eat a little something per usual before we go live. We're about 30 minutes from going live, and my wife, I'm sitting there in the kitchen talking with her, and she's like, I know it's dark, but I'm going to walk up to the store. And I'm like, you fucking damn it. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to let her walk up to the store in the dark with my kid by her. Oh, time is it? It's flying through right now.
Weather alert.
at the
A large
D
sandstorm
section.
is approaching.
So maybe that would be the only spot that got hit. It's 15,000 meters away. I wouldn't make it to it in time. Oh, that's coming right at me! It's coming right at me! Oh, please be a big enough crack. It is. Yeah, so I couldn't let her just walk to the store by herself. So I was like, God, you son of a gun, I'll roll with you. So we ran to the store. We got back just in time. Well, I definitely wouldn't make it to that base now, if there even is a base there. So we'll go ahead and do the responsible thing and do a full scan of this area. This storm hit really low, and it hit at like the 25 mark, 20 mark. You can just turn your shield on for the storm. No, you can't. Well, I'm taking health damage, him, you liar. Missed it. I didn't say it wouldn't hurt. It's a good point. I was just getting ready to say, that might actually help you survive it for longer. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to chunk more health. Was there something just crawling on my face? Like a piece of feather or something on my face. A spider web. Two, Eurism. I went to number 2. We're taking a deuce on this one. We're taking a big fat deuce. Oh my goodness. G2, good evening, my friend. Good evening, good evening. I hope you're doing well. Hagian, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, Kel and I scouted all of these pretty damn good yesterday. Didn't find anything aside from what we've already hit today. But these bases come up and they go down just as quickly as they come up and they go down. It's like a constant rotation. So every day's a new day. It's entirely possible we run into some out here. It could happen. I made more of a soup. I put too much water in my noodles. They're fucking hot. Oh. Also, I didn't have any forks. I'm trying to eat this shit with a spoon. There's a lot going wrong right now, so we need a good base or two to be popping on this server, I tell ya. Looks like we've got some people at the old ringworm. The old ringworm looks like it's got some people here. Interesting. Oh, with the worm coming up as well. We've got a worm coming up as well. It's not being sand crawled either, which is even more interesting. Now let's wait. Gotta wait for the... Okay, the worm turned, so they're up. Hey, I will. I absolutely will. G2, I will. Are they back on the ground now? That's the question. What? No! This isn't over yet, pal. Here we go. We missed it! Oh, we almost got him, though! Fuck! This isn't over yet, pal. I don't know if I can catch him now. Yeah, he's gapped us at this point. That dirty dog. What'd you just roll? What did you just roll onto Harmony, G2? If you guys just rolled onto Harmony, let me know. We can get you set up with a ornithopter right quick, as well as a shield, sword, and whatnot. Really help you get through that early grind a little bit faster than usual. You know, I don't even know. I wasn't getting any hit markers with my lasgun, so I don't even know if I'm actually hitting them when I do that. Also, I should have thrown a rocket. We should have thrown a rocket just to get the damage going. Is there a unique tier 6 thruster for the scout? Yes. I want to say yes. Yeah, Storm Rider boost module tier 6. Oh, I gotcha. Well, we don't have the most of manpower. Typically like 4. Typically like, you know, 4. maybe 6 on a good night. Definitely nothing like Entropy put together last night when they sent 30 thick into G3 out of nowhere. Then you got a minute to get Ornithopter. Laz the person. What? Then you have a minute to get the Ornithopter. What do you mean? Lasgun the person? Like I should have hit him with the lasgun? Is that what you're saying? No, it would be dumb for somebody to build all the way out here, but I would be remiss to not check. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, Chuji. If we possibly hit him with a knee charge and actually caught him before he got into his Ornithopter. Typically, people get into their Ornithopter faster than that guy does. I'm not typically standing on the top of their Ornithopter. Something just happened. Hagen, you absolute frickin' madman, coming out, dropping a community sub, a gifted sub over on Twitch. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? You're frickin' crazy, my friend. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Hey, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. We most definitely do. I just wanged my elbow. We hit it with the wang. Man, I knew we were gonna hit that wall. I actually knew we were gonna hit that wall. We appreciate you, Hagen. We most definitely do. You're a madman. You're a madman. Nobleman, good evening, my friend. Good to see you. As always, good to see you. Well, it did not have any base on it. Neither did that one, neither did that one. Which I think means we're heading to that one next. Did we check G3? I don't think we did. I think we came up on the left side. G3 first, then I4. I really wish they would stop doing this. This is really getting old. Every big bowl island, they're just basically turning into a control point now, which means they just can't get built at. And that's like the perfect spot for people to be putting up either big bases or hidden bases or whatever it is, but they just don't put them up there because they can't. The control points are making it a no-build zone. Did you, Noble, on the Ishtar server? How am I supposed to check the Ishtar server? Oh, you're saying on F5 you built there, so maybe somebody else built there on this server. Yeah, no, I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying now. I got what you're saying now. I got what you're saying. Oh. That was definitely what we meant to do. This base looks like it's abandoned. Well, it's not. Oh, there's somebody here. I don't think he knows I'm here. I don't think he knows that I'm here. Oh. Oh. They have no clue I'm here. They have not the slightest idea. Yeah, you keep locking it down. He knows? You think he knows? I don't think he knows. Oh, he's got the scanner out. He just scanned me. He just scanned me. He knows for certain. Shh. I'm not here. Just relax.
Woogie boogie!
Just keep running him around. You missed! Kato, good evening, my friend. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Do you see this fucking rubber banding we're dealing with? Attack the random! Missed me!
They're respecting the 1v1. Over here.
Shh.
Orange hood. Let's go.
Hold on.
Holding on. On you.
Onwards! I fucking parried. I parried! I parried! I fucking parried, bro! Heal, 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 heal. I don't know if it's desync or what the fuck we're dealing with, bro. Even in the beginning of that fucking fight, he landed a slow blade on me. I took no health damage. Like, why the fuck do we have desync happening in this game now? That's gonna kill this game for me. And it's helping us. I hope you guys realize. It's pissing me off, and it's helping us. He slow blade damaged us. I took no fucking damage. Just like yesterday when my shield dropped, and we took no fucking damage from like 4 Ornithopter rockets. Like some crazy bogus ass desync, bro. It's fucking annoying. There's nothing that kills a PvP game faster than desync, bro. It's the #1 reason why I quit playing Halo Infinite. The desync on that game was so atrocious. Fucking annoying, dude. Well, we found a base to raid at least. Alright, I feel better. I've got some food in me. G3, if I'm not mistaken, fire. Not 100% positive, but I can check here in a second. Pretty certain that was G3. Desync in PvP games is a freaking huge problem. Big, massive problem. It's a killer, if you ask me. Absolute game. If it's not something that can at least get put under control. #2, fire #2. And yeah, that was G3. So let's point out the fact that it was also Island G3 yesterday. No, it wasn't. It was fucking F6. It wasn't even G3 yesterday. We left the deep desert yesterday because of desync. I remember now. My Ornithopter was like getting grabbed in the air and thrown this way and thrown that way and thrown this way. It didn't know what direction it was trying to go. Okay, good evening, my friend. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's morning here, so good morning, good morning. Technically, nope, evening here. Evening here, probably morning where most of my viewers are. Even, you know what's funny? Even if it's like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like at a store or something, and you know, I'm like being done at checkout, and I'm like, yo, I have a good evening, is what I'll say, even if it's like 8 o'clock in the morning. And I just feel like it's a bit more universal, you know? I could say have a good day because they have the rest of their day to go through, but who's telling them to have a good evening, you know? You have yourself a nice, fantastic evening. When it turns evening, you take it nice and easy. You know, this is kind of driving me nuts. I'm so heavily slotted into stamina, I just feel like I'm running out so fucking quick. Now, I haven't melee combat since Dew Gap. And I know stamina is, like, the most important thing to fucking take track of and can easily be burnt. Yeah, or, you guys... Eurism and Chuji, you guys... Or, Eurism, you said you checked Instance 1 and Instance 3? That's how I know I'm on Instance 2. Yeah, the party system is fucked. That's a really good question. I should do it on hold, shouldn't I? Thought I swapped that earlier. Because you're right, toggle sprint and hold sprint makes a big difference. Huge. Yeah, no, you're right, because I'm not regenning stamina when I'm trying to. I thought we dispelled the crouch regenning stamina myth, but that might have been crouch regenning stamina faster. It might be like if you crouch, it'll start like insta regenning stamina. I don't know. This Suspenser Blast, Grey Wolf, doesn't do anything to my stamina. The base is in Sector G3. Yeah, the base is inside of Sector G3. I'm going to also continue to scout out, because we may potentially have more. Over in F5, for example, those guys were in the middle of building that thing, too. Over in F5, there's that Titanium Island, which might have some people. I know, this stamina technique isn't doing shit. Wait. I recuperate your stamina more quickly. 20%. Yeah, I haven't really noticed that 20%. I wouldn't be surprised if that's one that's not actually functioning properly. Very nice, Gato. The raids have been, I don't want to say few and far between, but they haven't been as thick this week. There's not been any mega base this week for us to raid. I don't know what happened to that guild. I don't know if they're just done setting up the mega bases at G3 or what. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about here. Little empty forward operating base. Oh. Aren't they? Yeah, they probably are, Fire. Well, well, well. This one has some of the aluminum chests. That's interesting. Nothing spectacular. They might have went mole mode, yeah. Oh my days. What the hell even is that? I've seen that bug, Chuji. I didn't realize that bug would possibly... Oh, it's an arena. It's an arena. Makes sense. I was gonna say, whatever is over there, it's massive, so you would just assume public arena. Typically when they get that big, that's the first thing you guess. Good evening, gentlemen. Would any of you like to duel? You, sir! Don't you run away from me. You, sir, look like you want to duel. No? What about you?
You want to do full?
I don't care. I don't care.
Let's go downstairs. So the floor is kind of laggy. The entrance is over here, I think.
It's Cowboy. It's the Space Cowboy.
This way, this way, this way.
Yep, I'm gonna need guidance like I'm a child because I get lost in labs. That's an imposter. That's an imposter. It's not the Cowboy. We've been lied to. We've been lied to.
We can do whatever. I'm just helping people warm up for the tournament this weekend. So you let me know what you want and we'll do it.
6 to 1. Yeah. Let's just do full. Let's just do full.
Well, all right.
I'm running melee, but fucking whatever. How's this work? Does somebody yell 1, 2, 3, go or something?
Just whenever you're ready, we'll go. So if you're ready, we can begin.
All right. Well, we found the guy who took it. We found the guy who took it.
Ready?
Yep.
That is a yes.
I want a rematch! I demand a rematch!
In the corner there a little bit. That was a little cheesy. We can go again.
I demand a rematch. Did you not hear that the first time? I don't know if my voice chat was coming through. My headset was all over the place.
Yeah, it wasn't.
We weren't screaming. We weren't screaming. We weren't screaming.
Like if you just type R, I'll know you're ready. It works a little better sometimes.
Onward. Onward. Let us go. Let us go.
Ready?
Man, if I don't land this fucking thing, I'm gonna be so pissed off. We missed it. We just whiffed it. See, it's like instant, bro. Oh, come on. I'm hitting parry. Thank you. Okay, well, that grapple wasn't what I was going for, but it worked out fantastic for us. Bro, I'm fucking hitting parry. That's what's actually starting to irritate me. That was a good parry on his part. I gotta give it to him. I don't think that went through. Okay, whiffed the shit out of that. That's way more aim than I just anticipated. I swear the parries are lagging, bro. I'm not great at the parries, but my guy's not even attempting to parry, bro. So Chuji goes crippling strike, stab, and then knee charge, stab. I was trying to parry that heavy blade while he was in me.
Out? Are you good? Okay.
No, I'm good. We're good. We're good. We're just trying things over here. We're just trying things over here. Ooh, nice parry. I couldn't get out of it. What shot was that? Oh, I was out of shield still. I was out of shield still. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Who else is here? What are you doing up there? What are you doing just watching?
Yeah, boys.
Onwards.
You got one. You got time for one more?
Onwards. Yeah, you want to do melee? I'm down. That's mainly what I'm running.
Fight Jenkins. He's solid melee.
Okay. All right.
I was trying to let him play a little bit. I didn't want to just full gun build him. That's no fun. But good fight. Good fight.
Who was it? Was it you? See, he catches the parry in the thing. There we go. We caught it. We caught it. We caught it. We caught it. Heal, 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 heal. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm getting this bug pretty consistently where like it won't let me move or something. But if I can like press Alt and dash, and I can still attack to move, but it won't let me use my WASD. This shit is so bonk.
Oh, God. Fantastic. That sounds like it's so much fun to deal with.
Are you ready?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Man, I can't believe he caught me with that thing. They're a little less... Oh, he forced it, didn't he? I like that. I like that. Oh, I'm out of stamina. That's not good. Oh, that's fucking GG's. God damn it. That was a good one. That was a good one. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. Give me a second. I got the baby bandages.
All good, all good. I have no bandages, so you're all good, brother.
Ready? So he's out of stam now then, right? I'm assuming he wasn't able to walk. Surprised he wasn't able to catch that. Get that ass!
Good fight.
Well, I'm assuming you were low on health.
Yeah, I was.
That cauterizer and the burn does a lot more damage than I give it credit for.
Yeah, I think meta is Halleck's pick though, right?
I prefer the pick for the reach, but the reach on the dagger isn't as bad as I thought either. We're on F4. F4. Crippling Strike, Slow Blade, Knee Charge, or Shigawire Claw, Slow Blade.
I'm having hell
If
of
you don't
things right
stun
now.
them, they can parry you out. They hold a weekly tourney. Interesting. Grizzle, very interesting. Very interesting. I'm assuming this is where a lot of, like, testing and whatnot is happening. No, very interesting. I was surprised to see people at the arena, to be honest. Yeah, Carterizer's a solid play, to be honest. A solid play. Oh, there's the fucking entrance.
Oh yeah, let Julie go. Let Julie go.
What, you want to fight? You want to fight? You want some of this? You want some of the eldest of the men, Jenkins? Yeah.
Can you say your name one more time?
Oh, I just fucking double dodged and gave him the stamina. You son of a gun. You son of a gun. What health were you at? I'm assuming below half. One hit? Okay. Alright. You know, I hate that in this game we get no feedback, so I don't know what damage I output at all in any of these fights, period. And it's annoying. The center of mass is apparently only the 5%. Once an enemy is stunned or staggered, knocked back. What happened with my knee charge? I've never had my knee charge do that. I've never had my knee charge do that. Does it do that all the time? No. Why did my knee charge hold when it targeted that guy? Is that Eurism? I don't understand the knee charge.
Oh, come around here, fella. We got the observer penta shields up. So
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Chuji. We've got weirdness going on here. I swear.
Not full kills, right? Just Dolan.
The light attacks, though, in that stun. If I'm not fully out of stamina, I'm not getting that stun lock.
No, it's friendly bouts out here. Friendly bouts, just downing. You want to place a respawn?
Knee charge works on release.
Do you have any savage metal certificate?
Let me see.
There's a beacon right here.
Any kills out here are completely accidental, my friend. It looks like he's got one on that ping. Right here.
Nope. There's one there as well. Center of mass is bugged for melee. It's only a 5%. That 5%, though, might be what makes the difference, though, in the 2-stab. But I'm telling you guys, even when I was playing on Gap, I wasn't fully slotted into melee even as much as I am now, and it was a 2-stab. So I don't know what the fuck. Cauterizer also does the most damage in the slow blade. Well, that's... See, and it's this is another thing that really irritates me in the game. Is the fact that there's not enough information divulged inside of this shit. I don't know if I have the cauterizer even researched. I don't think I do. But I can almost guarantee that in the cauterizer, nowhere inside of it does it make that fact known. And so we're left to what? Think bug, non-bug? You know, I don't know. Friggin' weird. I'm not surprised it is. It's on the, I'm not surprised it's cheap. It's on the auction house each and every single week. Yurzim, are you fucking insane? Yurzim, are you crazy? Are you crazy right now? Why is your assault ornithopter of all ornithopters out? Yurzim's lost his mind. This man's gonna lose an assault ornithopter. He's done lost his mind. What's instability? Are you talking about the Bindu stability? Fuck that, bro. I need my poise damage reduction. Fuck that, especially with the rockets getting ready to come back into the meta. We could maybe get rid of disciplined breathing. We could maybe dump disciplined breathing, but I've been typically running... I'm coming, Kel. I've been typically running melee now. It's more fun. Melee in this game's more fun. I've got manipulate instability. Oh, I need more center of mass, not instability. I'm not playing range though. And if center of mass is bugged with the one thing, man, it still didn't even let Kel in. Cowboy, you could, but it would probably end up just deleting it. If you wanted to, I don't know if you have a Twitch, you can post a link on Twitch, but it'll still get deleted and the bot will yell at you. But at least if you post it on Twitch, I can see the link and then copy and post it. Oh, was that a base? My god, did we just find a hidden base? And then, no, we didn't. We got screwed. And then the third option, though, would be the Discord. Yeah, it didn't even on Eurism, it didn't even pick up Eurism. I don't even see Eurism on the map. Oh yeah, it'll delete it if you post it on YouTube and I don't even see it. It'll delete it if you post it on YouTube and I don't even see it. On Twitch, I at least see it, so I can then, like, grab it and copy and paste it, you know what I mean? And then also, like, through the Discord would be another way. Party markers not working. Yeah, the party markers are busted. This is instance 2, correct. Correct. There is some things happening at G3. The arena happening at F4. And possibly some other bases. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking, Chuji. If somebody else wants to run the invites, that might fix it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
This might be something that we can hit up G3 with.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Wham a bam. Oh, 60 seconds. That thing's coming in, and it's coming in quick. I don't even have time to check and see if there's bases over there. I say we go over to G3. The party things might not be working, but I say we go... Wait. How did we get back into a party? And who's the leader of this thing? I thought I left the party. What the hell just happened? I say we go over to G3, you guys. We go over to G3 here. The storm's gonna blitz it, and there was that group that was just putting up a base over there. It's on the north side of G3. Fuck. Yeah, it's on the lab island, but it's on the island just north of it. That little bitty island just north of G3 lab. Melee, Jen, good evening, good evening. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing fantastic. I need to get down and I need to take out the tier 95 necromancy boss. I'm not positive if it's like, am I gonna do that on stream? Am I just gonna continue to do it off stream? I don't know. I don't even know if I can kill the boss, to be honest. I don't even know if I can. Oh, wow, that was quite the drastic lighting shift. A shift in scenery. Can you guys see each other? Can you guys see each other? At least I know when we're close enough to each other, we'll be able to see each other. Eurism, I don't know if it's a good idea to bring an assault ornithopter over to this. I think you're fucking crazy. I don't know what the hell you're doing out here with that thing. Because I can almost guarantee that there's going to be people here. If I had to guess, they're going to be sitting inside of their base as well. If I had to guess, I'm going to land on this north side of the lab island and drop a respawn beacon just in case. Just in case. Fair point. I got nothing. I got no info. I don't know who these people are.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Quickly. Oh, I heard him. I didn't see him. I heard him. We're going deep. G3. G3, the northern tip of it. Oh, they saw me. They found me. You fucking see this lag, you guys? Do you fucking see this fucking lag? First off, we both crippling strike each other in his fucking lands? And his is the crippling strike that lands? What is up with this fucking island today, bro? The last time we were fighting over here, that's all it fucking was some disgusting ass desync, dude. Fuck, dude. I know. We have the spice. We had the spice. We had the spice last time we were over here. I should have drank it before we rolled out here. That's not the fucking point, bro. The point is, what the fuck, bro? I don't fucking know, Kel. There's like, I don't even know, dude. I don't even know. We landed and they were fighting somebody else. The party thing's not fucking functioning, so I don't even know. I honestly haven't the slightest idea. They're here scanning like crazy, though, defending their base. The storm's definitely not what caused the lag. This island was lagging the last time we were over here when they were first putting up this base. That's how I knew we were going to not only be rolling in on the base, but rolling in on people at the base. Okay, apparently I didn't grab any spice food. Fucking smart. What is this? I'm trying not to crash out right now. We're in the wrong instance. You're a genius. The instance bug with the respawns. I don't even know if my other respawn beacon is down there and I just picked the wrong one. But we can sure as shit find out. You know what, Tanit, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk. I know. And look, I don't have one. I don't have a respawn beacon where it should be. The respawn beacon that I placed over there possibly got destroyed. I was right next to those people when I landed and placed it. I wasn't, like, immediately right next to them, but I was fairly close to them where they could have gone and found it. It wasn't the most hidden of respawn beacons. And it wasn't even in the same spot. It was on G3, so I just don't even know. Now I'm hearing pings. Fighting each other, fighting anybody who comes in. I mean, exactly what? Because if there's 8 to 10 people, like, is a third party potential even a possibility? How are we all on the same instance now? I literally hate everything about this game sometimes. I just went and spawned at the entry point and it put me back on the right instance. So I'm on my way. 16,000 meters out. If that's like some sort of arena that's going up, it's a possibility. It's entirely a possibility. I doubt it, considering there's an arena 2,000 meters to the east. And that's right at the lab. That's right at the lab, so I'd imagine it's just a base that they're putting together. So if there's people fighting, I'd imagine it's two different groups. Just my guess. I don't think this is any sort of public arena going up. I think this is just a mixture of some sort of base builder and mixed in with some sort of PvP group. If you place the second one, it deletes the first one, though, Tanit, doesn't it? Pretty sure if you place the second one, it deletes the first one. Hey, very nice, Noble, very nice. Yeah, it should delete the old one, correct. Okay, so the respawn beacon that I placed on this instance right before we went and got into that fight and died, it did fucking nothing then. It did nothing. It's supposed to. Okay, right. Correct, I got you. The game be an asshole. Very nice, Noble. You know, I'm not a huge fan of the organized PvP. I prefer it to be spur of the moment. But the organized PvP does serve its purpose, in my opinion. I think something like a Battlegrounds would work really well inside of Dune Awakening if you were queuing into like a 4v4 fight or like 1v1 all the way up to 4v4. I see the ping, I see the ping. Noble's Grandmaster strategy is to just observe, set the tournaments up, observe, and then steal the tech. Clever. Bro, I can't believe I didn't grab spice food. I looked at like 3 different stacks of spice food as well. Fucking stupid. How do I feel about the instances? Honestly, Cowboy, I thought the instances was gonna kill PvP off immediately, but it didn't. Surprisingly, PvP can still be found on all of the instances. I'd prefer it not be the case, but... What happened? It looked like we evac'd out of that situation pretty quickly. It looked like we pulled an evac. Honestly, I don't think it's worth our time or our trouble. We might as well go scout out either the rest of this instance or I don't know where I've checked in this instance yet. We came up to G3 and then rolled over there. And then I rolled north. I didn't even get to check over here. I think we'd be better off just scouting out the rest of the instances for bases and waiting for the next storm to roll through. Because when the next storm rolls through, that's when we can go back down there and fight them and raid them, or raid them and fight them, or just raid them, who knows. They really don't, do they, Cowboy? They really frickin' don't, I tell ya. I tell ya, and that's a massive problem in what is supposed to be a guild versus guild game. You broke their chests? You got in there and broke their chests? Hey, very nice, very nice. Yeah, then I think it's definitely not even worth our time. And I mean, unless you guys want to fly back, I'm always down, but we might as well go scout out and see if there's any other bases here. You know, and Cowboy, this game like stores inputs as well, and it doesn't even, it's not even something that happens every time. But sometimes I'll like dodge out of something and then it'll do like 3 other inputs before it finally does the dodge that I was doing. It's a 10-minute chest respawn, very nice. Regis triple shots for days. Honestly, it's a massive problem, Cowboy, for what is supposed to be a guild versus guild game. I'm telling you, with the first expansion, it's going to be 85% PvE, 15% PvP. They've completely abandoned their PvP aspirations for this game, and I don't think that they're creative enough to actually pull together some form of functioning PvE endgame. So I think it's going to be an interesting ride. Ever since they expanded the safe zone of the deep desert, I said these guys took a left turn so fast. That's a bad sign, and I bet they're going to abandon PvP. And then week after week after week after week after week, I've just been proven correct that these guys are just flat out abandoning PvP at this point in time. I mean, for me, it's like pick a route. Pick a route. And stick to it. Like, are you gonna do PvE? Or are you gonna do PvP? If you want to do both, that's fine. But you've gotta have some form of better structure than what they currently have right now, because the structure is not proper. That's why I'm saying what's gonna happen in the first expansion is all of the tier 7 schematics are gonna come out of a PvE zone. A PvE map is gonna be where all of the tier 7 schematics and resources come out of. Then there's going to be a battlegrounds. They're going to release a battlegrounds, and then they'll be like done and dusted. The deep desert will be kind of like abandoned content, I think. While they were distracted, you broke in and Kel got their chest. Very nice. Very nice. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to sneak down there as the storm was happening, so they didn't see me and where I was when I initially started breaking into their base, but they caught me pretty damn quickly. What concerns me the most is they are not creative. Like I said, their PvE is copy and paste and copy and paste and copy and paste. Oh, they're not anticipating me, not anticipating me specifically. I don't think those guys were anticipating me in particular, but they were definitely anticipating somebody coming, considering that they were in the process of building that base. This was the first storm that's come through since they built that base. That's why when we were flying into it, I could practically guarantee that it was going to be a live thing. I bet you anything they transfer over to a battlegrounds style of PvP. And that's mainly to do with the fact that I don't think they know how to properly incentivize PvP. Right now, the only incentive to partake in PvP is to go and take somebody's resources. So they've literally made it to where the only PvP that you can actually gain anything from is by griefing somebody who's resource farming. Which I don't technically consider griefing, but I can definitely see where that argument comes from. And regardless whether it's griefing or not, it's the system that Funcom developed, and that's the problem. No, I don't either. That's not. But apparently Funcom does, and that's the only PvP that they've actually even incentivized, so. Because other than that, like, what am I going to get off of you if I take you out, cowboy? Am I going to get some salvaged metal in a vehicle fuel cell? That's it. Oh, right, him. Exactly. Yep, they were definitely on their toes in regards to especially that first base. But even if they didn't see him, chances are they would have been on their toes anyways, because like I said, they just put that thing up. Yeah, like I was saying, these guys copy and paste their PvE as well, which is a massive problem. Massively redundant PvE in this game, and then when you get to the end game PvE of Dune Awakening, it's the same PvE you've been fighting the whole entire game, except for its difficulties artificially inflated like crazy. Bullet sponges, wall hacks, recoil, auto reload, fast cooldowns on abilities is kind of broken. Fire, that would be to me, that's the laziest form of incentive that you can give a PvP player, and that's not the type of PvP I'm interested in. Like, that reminds me of, like, some Elder Scrolls Online type shit. You know, I'm not interested in that. I want to take people's stuff. That's why I think the extraction shooter genre might sink its teeth into me really, really deep. We might get really sucked into this extraction shooter genre because I want to take people's stuff. That's the PvP I grew up with inside of RuneScape. Is that a base? It is. That is a base. It's a base. Can you believe it? Ma, we found a base. Ma, we have a new home. Hello? They'll answer. If they were here, they'll answer. What was I saying? I just got so excited about the base. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, I want to take people's stuff. Correct, bro. I grew up playing RuneScape, dude, where if you are in the wilderness, you are at risk of losing your stuff. You're also at risk of getting other people's stuff. It's beautiful. Well, I don't even see a sub-thief. That's weird, isn't it? Oh. We found the sub-thief. Wasting people's time and effort isn't taking their stuff either. WoW's a Battlegrounds PvP game, isn't it? This is a do-gap level weird base here. WoW's a Battlegrounds PvP game, isn't it, nowadays? I think it used to be a little bit more hardcore. But nowadays, it's just a battleground, no? Am I wrong? What the hell? There's another one, there's another one, there's another one! Hey, that one tiny chest might be filled with schematics, Fire. You never know. I learned that with the base that we raided that was underground. Forever Winter is a great game as well. I'll definitely have to look into that. I haven't even heard of that. Oh, on PvP servers in WoW, Sparkle? Is that what you're talking about? Is this guy honeycombing with this? Can't see in here. I think that's another wall. Well, now this base is interesting, you know? This isn't the type of thing you see every day. You can't see in any of these windows either. And I don't know why. Oh, I can see in these ones. Oh, I don't see anything. Across all of the NA servers, only like 300 people, if not less, do PvP in World of Warcraft. Oh, I got what you're saying. Ouch. Ouch. Just because there's no incentive. It's because there's no incentive to PvP. That's what I'm saying, man. I want to take people's stuff. I grew up playing RuneScape. You go out into the wilderness, you're at risk of losing your shit. Which means if you kill somebody, guess what? You get their stuff. It's as simple as that. It's literally as simple as that. Did I ever go out into RuneScape absolutely packing, risking hundreds of millions of gold? No. Not into the wilderness, no. You set yourself up with gear sets. If there was proper risk versus reward in Dune Awakening, it doesn't even have to be a full loot. Just a semi-full loot system would function just fine. That would function just fine. If people were allowed to protect like 3 items, they would then have to build out the rest of their set keeping that in mind. So you would protect like the Ancient Way. You would protect like the Hallex Pick, aside from the fact that the Hallex Picks are free. But you would protect like your power harness and your circuit gauntlets and your Ancient Way. Everything else you're at risk of losing. So are you taking a Regis Disruptor or are you taking a Snubnut? I can't sit with 6 different weapons in my inventory. Yeah, you can smell the hair dye over here too, Sparkle. That's for sure. That's for sure. That's why we don't turn on the Deep Desert chat. I swear, if I've got the Deep Desert chat on, you start to lose brain cells so quickly. They're the loudest. They are for certainly the loudest, I tell ya. WoW is essential. Oh, they only had 13 viewers on the announcement for their upcoming expansion, huh? Damn. Damn, that's crazy. WoW's had some big content or big streamers pop over recently to old school RuneScape as well. Which some of them have already transitioned back, but some of them are taking their old school RuneScape grind pretty damn seriously.
On infiltration.
Hey, Nug coming in. Coming in, drop that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Welcome. Welcome. I hope you're doing fantastic. I don't remember when the storm hit. It was not that long ago, though. Leah, good evening. I don't know if MHC is still here. But if they're not, I suppose I could ask you a couple of questions. I know you've got some wild ping that you deal with on this server. How much does that impact your gameplay? You know, also, like, what ping specifically? Like, how much ping are you getting hit with? Do you know? Because MHC was saying that they're at like 200 plus ping over here. Which, like, realistically is probably going to be rough. And I don't know how much it impacts the experience. I said I know Leah, I think, is getting hit pretty hard with some ping. They probably would be a good person to ask. Well, I don't know if anybody else is noticing the problem that I have. But we're mega low on gas. We're gonna fly back, go get some spice food and gas, come back into this sector. Hopefully a storm's coming through because there's 2 bases on that one tile H8 that we can go raid, as well as the one on G3, which may possibly have them back, which we can raid as well. I bet you anything by the time I get back with gas and spiced food, we're going to be closer to the storm. I can basically guarantee I win that bet because every second that goes by, we're getting closer to the next storm. Hey, Cowboy, you take it nice and easy, my friend. Good luck with that tournament that's getting put together. Good luck. I'm going to leave that pinned comment up there. If anybody who's playing on this server swings through and is interested about it, I'll definitely let them know that that's where they're going to want to look. How brutal is that? I mean, you've been out here PvPing with us a few times. How brutal is that ping? You know, with how it's been playing tonight, I feel like I'm playing with 240 frickin' ping. I swear it has been, the past couple days have been so bad out here in the deep desert. We literally left the deep desert yesterday after okay, we got another one. Was this the first one that I saw? We left the deep desert yesterday. I think this was the first one that I saw. Yeah, with a couple of aluminum chests. Yep. Man, we left this place yesterday when our ornithopter was getting all tossed around like crazy. 100 ping on Dune feels like 300 on every other game? Yes, yeah, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know. I'd have to agree with you with how the past couple nights have gone, but that's some sort... I think that's this week's Deep Desert, and maybe that's why... Maybe that's why they didn't run this Deep Desert for so long, because if you guys remember, this one came out in, like, the first couple weeks of the game, and then did not come out again for months. And then all of a sudden it comes out again, you know, as we're waiting for them to dump all of the loot out. I'm thinking that maybe there was like some major bugs with this. For example, the D2 lab has no schematic tied behind it. The not only G3 seems to be like a very laggy island, but also F6, where Kel was at with those bases yesterday when we were getting into that, is another like really laggy spot. So I don't know. It's hard to tell. Yeah, like 2 weeks after the game launched, no? When did this game launch? I don't remember. I got you. Mostly fine, a bit of some rubber banding. You can block the NPCs, so you don't get fully blocked out of, like, parrying. That's good. I'll have to let him know next time I see him swing through. All right, well, I'm not going to lie. I was getting a little bit concerned we weren't going to have enough fuel to make it, but it looks like we had just enough. Just enough gas in the tank. Just enough juice in the caboose. Well, honestly, it might have been him. It might have been. So when I was playing on Dugap, I wasn't paying attention to what schematics were in the deep desert at all. Not even in the slightest was I paying attention, or did I care what schematics were coming in the deep desert. So that's possible, but even then, it was like still 2.5 months. We've been on Harmony for a couple months now, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I'd imagine, Leah, that's a good point that you bring up. If he's sitting at like an average of 240, then, you know, if it spikes at all, if there's any variation in that to the downside, that's going to end up screwing him over. Excellent point. It's cold, man. And then I turn it on fan, and 5 minutes from now, I'm going to feel like I'm sweating. I don't even know. Gore. Typically. Yeah, if you go to your settings, display... Typically there is. I don't know if there is in this game. Bro, I've got 136 ping right now. I can pull up my Bro, why do I have 120 ping? I can pull up my whatchamahoosit via my GPU. The overlay via my GPU. So there might be something in your GPU that'll let you know as well. What was I doing? We got the fuel. Oh, spice. We need some of that spice. I don't know why I would think I have any spice sitting up here. I do not. People losing their deep desert bases in the loot table are the two biggest things that made people quit Dune. You really think so, Sparkle? You really think the D6 debacle? I mean, a lot of people did quit because of the D6 debacle. You're not wrong. Man, I remember when that happened. People were fucking so mad. They were pissed. They were less pissed about... These guys were less mad about the fact that they had just lost all of their stuff, and they were more mad that this mistake that was made, like, literally could not have come at a worse time. It was, like, right on the heels of some other mistake that Funcom had made that had pissed people off, and this was just, like, the straw that let people know that this is just, they are not going to be able to pull it together. Their heads are so far in their asses. So you might be onto something there with the D6 debacle. No, you're not wrong, and that was pretty early on in the game, so like, what was that, like week 4, maybe like week 6 or some shit like that? You know, people are bringing most of their materials that they have gathered to make production bases in the deep desert, just to have that whole production base raided in some sort of like massive mistake from them. No, you know what, him? I bet you know what they did? They refunded people. They actually refunded people, which is not typically... They refunded people items like spice and plastanium and shit like that. They don't typically do that. So, you know what? I bet you're 100% right. They felt the hit on that so much that they... Yes, the fuck they didn't. Yes, they did. Absolutely. I got refunded him. I got refunded from the D6 debacle, and I didn't lose anything. Look. Look, I'll show you. You went to your claim rewards tab right here. Well, everybody I heard got refunded. Yeah, Noble. So what happened was we had a base on D6. We did have a base on D6. I'm pretty sure it was you. I'm pretty sure it was you. It was you. I'm almost positive. It was you or it was Ham. It was you or it was Ham. We got on. Our normal day, we log on, we're at our base on D6, we jump in our ornithopter, we go and we look around, we like start flying around looking for bases, and right as we start flying around looking for bases, it was you or it was Ham who said, hey, you know that D6 got changed into a PvP zone, right? And I remember it explicitly. I responded to the chat and said, what are you talking about? No, it's not. I have a base in D6. I'm in D6. I'm in D6 right now. I was standing in my base when he said it. And I opened my map. I was like, I'm in D6 right now. It's not a PvP zone. I don't even think it said I was in a PvP zone because I logged in inside of it. I don't know if it was like bugged or something. The second I flew out of my base and around, it changed into a PvP zone. And I was like, oh my gosh, you're right. Oh my days, it's a PvP zone. And then what happened was we moved our stuff. So I logged on quick enough before anybody managed to raid my base, and I moved my stuff out of D6 into a non-PvP zone, and then we continued to raid throughout the day. Then when they did hand out the refunds, I didn't know that they didn't hit everybody up with it. Everybody that I heard that got hit with the D6 debacle got refunded a ridiculous amount of stuff. And when they handed the refunds out, I had a claim rewards thing that was absolutely juiced. I didn't submit a report, no. I didn't submit a single report. I didn't lose anything. Why would I submit a report? I didn't lose anything.
We are opposed around the world.
Oh my goodness gracious. You've actually got to be kidding me. Dies for days coming in rating the Twitch chat, the Twitch channel with 155 spectators. Am I reading that correctly? That's actually crazy. The raid itself is actually from Alexa Bell. Alexa Bell. I don't know why I said Alexa, my bad. Alexa Bell. Actually crazy more like it. Actually crazy more like it. That's insane. That's insane. I hope you guys both had excellent streams. I'm sure Dies for Days must have been live in some way, shape, or form. I'm a bit new to Twitch. I'm not entirely positive how the raids worked. Ended right before she raided. Oh no, absolute worst timing. Absolute worst timing. That's what I was thinking. Though, is that they landed a raid on you right before you were ending or something like that. Either way, I hope you guys both had some excellent live streams. Oh, welcome everybody. We are simply restocking our supplies before we make our way back out into the deep desert to continue looking for some bases to raid, but welcome. I hope everybody's doing fantastic. I hope you guys had pretty good streams and you take it nice and easy out there. You don't do nothing too crazy. You take it nice and easy out there. I got a response saying that they were going to reimburse you. 2 hours later, they updated ticket and they said request denied. Really, him? You know, I heard people from the D6 debacle were getting raided. So I got raided like almost the exact materials that I had in my base before I moved it into a safe zone. And I know that because I moved all of those materials into the safe zone. I heard that other people who had more stuff out there than I did, because we didn't have a whole lot out there, but I heard people who had more stuff out there than I did, instead of them simply refunding them the proper amount of materials, they just refunded them a bulk amount of materials. You know? So instead of refunding them what should have been 7,898 spice melange, they refunded them just 10,000 spice melange off the top, or 5,000 off the top, and maybe they just had to take that 2,900 hit or something like that. I don't remember exactly how it went. I remember after they did the refunds, though, everybody in the chat who was affected said that they were hitting with it, or getting hit with the refund. So I'm surprised that you got denied. I'm actually surprised that you got denied. And like I was saying, they don't typically refund items. They, like, even if you lose an ornithopter and they refund you your ornithopter, if you had anything in your ornithopter's storage, that's not going to come with it. This Storm Rider boost would just be a boost. These albatross wings would just be wings. they typically don't refund items, but I explicitly remember in the claims rewards tab that I even got rewarded schematics. I even got schematics which were just inside of a chest inside of the base that I had on D6. So you might be onto something in saying that that whole problem might have caused a big enough wave in the player base for them to feel the need to actually drop the refunds. I don't remember how long it took them either before they issued those, but from what I remember is fairly quick. Eurism, oh, nope, that's Chuji. Chuji's fighting. Oh, that's the arena, that's the arena. Actually, they did compensate one of your friends, at least. We think they did. After 3 or 4 weeks, they closed the ticket, and he had like 150,000 Solari in his claims rewards tab. Oh, who owned the sub thief? Because I remember when they actually did they were like, we're going to issue refunds for what you would have lost. They said they took a snapshot of what was in the sub thief at a specific time, and they basically were going to refund all the items in the sub thief. And they said any big groups or guilds, basically what was going to happen is whoever owned the sub thief would be the person who got reimbursed, and they would have to divvy out the items accordingly. So I'm almost wondering, like, who was running the sub thief for you guys that week, and if they possibly did get hit with a reimbursement. Interesting theory. It's funny that you bring up the 150,000 Solari, because I swear it wasn't a week, and it wasn't a week after we got refunded from D6 that in my claims reward tab there was another chunk of Solari as well. So I shouldn't have gotten refunded anything, and they sent me free Solari, and they sent me a snapshot of my D6 base, and we shouldn't have gotten refunded not a dang thing. Storm incoming? On what instance, Fire? What instance? I hate that I have to ask this now. If a storm's incoming... Oh, Chuji's down again. On 2? Oh, yeah, Chuji's at the arena. I forgot. I keep forgetting he's at the arena. He owned his, you owned mine. The big guilds back then got nothing and quit less than 2 weeks later. Oh man, you're not wrong. It wasn't long after that debacle that Dugap started to fall apart. The Deep Desert Police Department incorporated into the Fermentally Unstable. It was just all over the place. Oh, you're right. We do have a weather storm. We do have a sandstorm coming in. It is in fact showtime. This forward operating base could for certain get hit, but it's not the one I'm the most interested in. G3 is maybe the one I'm most interested in due to the fact that there's probably some fights to be had over there as well. However, H8 had some weird bases. It had some weird ones.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We're flying towards the sandstorm as well, so we should see here in a minute. This is a problem. We're going to have to math this out. We should see here in a minute the storm spawn on our screen. I don't know where it's at. Hopefully it's high enough on the map that it's going to hit H8. H8 is where I'm heading. Hopefully it's high enough on the map that it's going to hit H8. Fire. I can't invite you to the party.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
But I'm heading... Oh. I'm heading to H8. Gosh, that looks like it's coming in low. It's hard to tell. We're 9,000 meters off. Oh, it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. Oh, it's like way low, isn't it? It's way too low. We need it like high inside of H8. Okay, okay, okay. G. It's only tipping G. Oh.
Sector weather alert. A large
It's barely
sandstorm
tipping
is
G, and we need to hit it to hit G hard. G3. Middle map, storm D to F, I guess. Yeah, it's barely tapping the G. It's not 4. Shit. Where's the one that we came in on? Is it like right here? We gotta get up in the air. I just don't remember which one is the one we come up on. That little itty bitty forward operating base is one that we could hit. It's gotta be like right here. It's gotta be like right there. It doesn't even look like it's gonna... You're right, the knockout is gonna be wider, could possibly be wider than its footprint. Not always, not guaranteed. But it's not all the way in the H8 where we needed it to be. It looks like it is moving into the G section, so we could hit G3. G3 is gonna be the more fun base to raid. Eurism, if you could send Fire in the Hole an invite to the party... But we also have Kel, so I'm not sure how we want to split this. I'm not sure where Kel went. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we've got 5 of us. Oh, okay. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Actually huge, Leah. That way, if I don't remember explicitly what you were talking about next time I see him, I can just push him to the Discord. They can look at your post there. Yep, this is fully incorporated the G section now, so it's definitely going to hit 3. Oh, you don't have Fire added on. I got you, I got you. Well, if you want to invite Kel, and then we'll just try and keep an eye out for Fire. I don't know if Fire has voice chat. Oh, okay, yeah. That would be huge, Leah. That would be huge. Well, these guys have been building this base over the past couple hours here, so presumably we're gonna run into yet another fight. We are fucked with... We are just so screwed using just spiced food here. Oh, that's not sheltered. Oh, come on. I should be sheltered there. I'm sheltered behind this rock. Oh, come on. Get me in, get me in. Ah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Safety. Need a beacon? You need a beacon? Yo, I'm gonna drop one right here, Yerzim. I'm gonna drop one right here. Oh, never mind. Okay. I forgot about the storm. I thought it was go time. Honestly, who knows if these guys decided to continue building? Eurozim's got invite controls. I swear if my respawn beacon didn't work, though, I'm gonna freak out. A treasure. A buried treasure. Looks like they might have given up their pursuits. Oh.
We already looted this one, I told you.
Yeah, I know, but they were still here. You see, they're still here. Get the thief, get the thief, get the thief. Nice. Now we've fully looted it. What are you doing? Get it out of here! Get it out of... Ooh.
Get the lights too.
Hell yeah, no lights left. No lights left hanging. They might still be here. Is this the one with the executor? Oh yeah, they're here. Somebody right here. Well, that's not the fucking spell that I wanted to use. Ability that I wanted to use. Oh, you sick bastard. Help, 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 help me, help me, help me, help me, help me. With the quickness, with the quickness. Oh, I just wasted my fucking dodge again. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Pretty sure that guy's
Oh.
on top of the loot.
We got some goop. We got some juice. We got some juice.
He just got away with the loot.
Drop that. And let me add this. I just got a chest piece, so they didn't get away with all of the loot.
Oh, you got the chest piece. That one's not worth much, but something.
Nobody swaps the chests out. Power harness
The
is
guy,
just
like,
too good.
Shiga wired up and got in his thopter as soon as he could.
Sam, we got lucky that we walked out of that alive, I'll tell you. Us personally, we should have died. We were dead in that staircase. We were done and dusted. Game, set, match. It was over. Fellas, I'm going to fly back to instance 3. Then I'm going to fly back to... Then I'm going to fly on over to... instance 1. No, wait. Yeah. Yes, instance 1. I'm gonna go check instance 1. What's the pinging for? Agent, very nice. I don't anticipate people purchasing the executor chest piece for any sort of substantial money, if I'm being honest. The power harness is just too damn good. Alright, I'm flying out. I'm assuming they were just pinging AI or something down there. Seems like Chuji and Kel are knocking out the, whatchamooze. Oh, you bought the power chest. Oh, very nice. Very nice. It's actually really cheap. The power harness is really cheap on this server as well. And that's because last week it was free inside of the PvE zone. Yeah, 35 mil, yeah. For a chest piece that hasn't been out in a while, it's just... But if we're being honest, if selling the chest piece for 35 mil, Grey Wolf, right now, I could pick up 15 power harnesses for that. That's a decent trade. That's a decent trade, though. I think this is a better schematic. God, I guess that doesn't count anymore. I was going to say, I think this is a schematic that's best held on to, but we're getting ready to walk into a deep desert where all loot is available all the time, so there's going to be no scarcity inside of these schematics anymore, aside from the drop rate, which is something that gets completely thrown out the window after time. What affects drop rates? Time. Like, after time, these items are going to be making their way into the market in abundance. Especially if they can't fix the repair glitch for good and not have a second version of the repair glitch pop up. Maybe just a little bit too cheap, Agent. Maybe just a bit too cheap. Are the chest timers 1.5 to 2.5 hour chest timers everywhere? It's instanced loot. So everybody in the deep desert can go hit up the chest every 1.5 hours to 2 hours. You know? Man, the ancient they jacked the ancient way up. That it does not function like it used to. It used to be so good, but now it is just not as good. Scout ornithopters outrun that thing all the time. Yeah. The price of something isn't what matters him on a hyperinflated server. We're talking about availability. How many of the tier 5 how many of the tier 5 compactors are on the market? You know, are there 2 of them on the market? Because then you would maybe have an argument. Is there 10 of them on the market? Because if there's 10 of them on the market, I would argue that that's a lot to be on the market, especially for a tier 5 schematic. No, I'm not worried about the value him. I'm not worried about the value him. We're not talking value. We're talking ease of access. That's my concern. You go and you hunt down schematics right now currently because you don't have schematics and you need those schematics. You have a week to hunt down each set of schematics. As soon as the deep desert has all of the schematics on the deep desert at all the time, eventually there will come a time where all of the tier 6 schematics are readily available. Readily available as in being sold on the market. Right now, as it stands, you can't find every schematic in the game on the market at all times. It is entirely dependent on when the last time that schematic came out. But eventually, in this new deep desert format, all of these schematics will be readily available. And when that is the case, it's gonna be weird with PvP. I'm arguing that as soon as that happens and all of them are very easily obtainable via the market because they're all there, PvP is going to be harder to find. Right now, you find PvP inside of the labs mainly, but if people don't feel the need to constantly farm out the labs because the schematics are all on sale inside of the auction house in mass, and their prices are just going down and down and down because they're being in sale in mass, then they're not going to go out. They're not going to be incentivized to go and hunt down these schematics. As soon as they're not incentivized to hunt down schematics, you're going to have a hard time finding people. If you're having a hard time finding people, those who are hunting down schematics are going to have an easy... It's just fucking... I think it's going to be weird. We'll see. I was completely wrong with the instanced deep deserts. I was completely wrong with the instanced deep deserts. Yeah, Tier 7's not coming into the deep desert. Tier 7's going to come in whatever new map that they put out. And I've said it before, but I will say it again, that this new map is going to be all PvE. It's going to be a 100% PvE map. That's what I'm convinced of. I'm convinced the first expansion is going to be 85% PvE and 15% PvP. I am convinced that all of the Tier 7 schematics are going to come out of a PvE zone. All of the Tier 7 resources are going to come out of a PvE zone. All of the Tier 7 components, again, are going to come out of a PvE zone. And then the 15% PvP update is going to be some sort of like slap job of an arena slapped together bet. That's my prediction. But I was completely wrong when it came to the instanced deep deserts. When they came out with the instanced deep deserts, I said PvP's dead. But in fact, it's not. We find people at every arena on every instance almost all of the time. It's very strange. An arena build set. Oh right, that'll be the other thing they add in the expansion, is a new arena build set. You don't even earn it via PvP in the arena. No, like Eurism is saying, it's 99 hours of Twitch view time, and you're gonna get 1 piece per 99 hours. To call Dune a PvE game, I think, is hysterical. What's the PvE in this game that you fight? The copy and paste PvE. You fight the same PvE in the South Haga Basin that you fight in the Vermilius Gap, that you fight in the Shield Wall, that you fight in the safe zone of the Deep Desert, and then when you get out to the PvP zone of the Deep Desert, what is supposed to be the end game PvE content, the PvE content that you have is copy and pasted PvE with artificially inflated difficulty. They get turned into bullet sponges, and then they send multiple waves at you just to artificially inflate the difficulty even more. The PvE in this game is, in my opinion, a fucking massive, massive joke. And if I was a PvE player, this is the last game that I would be playing. And I think that with the player count, I'm not the only one who feels that way. All the other PvE players, as soon as they get to this end game PvE, they go, what the fuck is this? I'm not calling it a pure PvP game either. Funcom has no fucking clue how to incentivize a PvP system. They have no idea how to incentivize a PvP system. They messed it up on both ends, Cypher, in my opinion. They did it dirty on both ends. I think they did it dirtier on the PvE end. The PvE side of things got screwed even more so, in my opinion. And that's because the PvE is so freaking redundant. It's absolutely mind-boggling how redundant the PvE is. And then when it comes to PvP, half of these skills don't function properly. Half of the weapons don't function properly. We get zero feedback as to what damage we're doing to people or what damage is being done to us. There's just thing on top of thing on top of thing, which just, it makes it a joke of a PvP game as well. Yet somehow, it's the progression system. The progression system carries Dune Awakening. Carries it. Because it sinks your teeth into you, and it's a solid backbone of a game, and the progression system sinks its teeth into you. So, like, whoever designed the progression system in Dune Awakening is fucking, it's 10 out of 10. Well, loading screen brings up a good point. It's not a PvE in the combat way, but not really in the survival way either, in my opinion. But the player versus environment, sure, I can get down with that sort of logic. Dungeons, raid zones, any sort of creativity in the variety of the PvE content would be fantastic. You know, not the same copy and pasted AI. Not only it's just reskinned, but it's functionally the same. Well, the devs, him, immediately back-turned on PvP. They immediately turned their back on PvP and expanded the safe zone of the deep desert in a panic move because the PvE players were refunding the game. The PvE players were refunding the game because they didn't want to go out into the PvP zone to partake in that endgame PvE. Though I promise you, those same PvE players that were refunding the game would have wanted to quit the game anyways as soon as they experienced the endgame PvE because it's non-existent. PvP or PvE. I agree, him. I agree. Its progression system is a 10 out of 10, though, and honestly, it's probably even better off now. Like, if you're a PvE player who likes the survival grind and progressing inside of a survival game, you will get 200 plus hours out of Dune Awakening, especially now that they've opened up the Titanium and the Stravidium to the shield wall. You'll get 200 plus hours out of progression out of this game, and you'll enjoy it. I didn't get pissed off about the PvE redundancy in this game. I noticed it, but wasn't mad about it until the deep desert artificially inflated PvE. That's when I got pissed, bro. That's when I said these guys are so void of creativity that their only creative functionality in order to make this AI more difficult is to send waves at you and make them bullet sponges, and that is just... It's hard to have that little creativity. It just doesn't even make sense, bro. It doesn't even make sense, dude. And from what I've heard, Conan Exiles is a lot of the same thing. So it's not even a one-off here. It's not even a one-off here because a lot of people are like, the devs have their hands tied from the people that they bought the IP from, and that might be true in some circumstances. Like I said, a lot of people say that Conan has that same artificial difficulty problem, which just means that this is a pattern at this point in time, all right? So let's recognize the pattern and say whoever's running the creative team at here, that spinning fish guy, I think with all the people being put on the chopping block, he should be probably number one. If they just fleshed out a decent PvP incentive and polished the PvP to work well and have good balance, they could have a lot more PvE people accepting. And no, they won't. Loading screen. They might mix in with the PvP population in the sense of like the PvE players provide their role in the sense of like gathering resources for the PvP players. But PvE players, 85% of them will never step 1 foot into a PvP zone.
On infiltration instead of invasion.
Hey, Necro coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Welcome. I hope that you're doing fantastic. I think an easy way for them to flesh out the PvP inside of this game, incentivizing it, is to incentivize PvE players to fight back. Because you're not going to be able to convince 85% of the PvE players to ever step foot in PvP, but you can do something to convince the 15% of PvE players to step foot into PvP, which may transition those guys into being PvP players. But that has to come with incentive. What I don't like about the Ornithopter combat is like a a bittersweet thing to not like about it, and it's the fact that it takes so many shots to knock somebody out of the air. Like, it's bitter because when you land 8 shots on somebody, you want them to be falling to the ground. But then it's sweet because then when you get hit with 8 shots, you're feeling a bit better, you know? Because you're able to fly away. Well, that's why you have to incentivize PvP, and I think the easiest way to do that is incentivizing PvE players to fight back, and that's via a real risk versus reward system, not this whole mamby-pamby durability loss system that they have in place. That doesn't even technically punish players because there's a repair glitch in every other patch. No, that's not Sam. I mean, like, we're maybe starting to dabble in the right area, and that would be some form of incentive. It's not like that wouldn't be incentive, but that's just like that's not like what I would be looking for in incentive, in incentivizing. I want to be able to take people's stuff, dude. I want some of their stuff to drop on the ground if I take them out. I want some of my stuff to drop on the ground if they take me out. Like, to me, that's just the easiest incentive. What's the incentive? Taking their shit. Okay, well, how do we now protect PvE players? Because they don't want to come out here and have a possibility of losing their gear. If you don't initialize the attacking with anybody, then you don't lose any of your gear. It's only when you initialize the attacking with somebody when you're at risk of losing your gear. Seems fairly simple to me. Man, why are we on instance 1? 748. Is it, are you guys still on instance 2? We probably should be on instance 2 because of that base on H8. I forgot about the base on H8. I think we're like 10 minutes. I think we're like 10 minutes off of a storm. Yeah, I would stay in instance 2 if I were you guys because there's a base on H8. I think I'm about to jump out of the sky so I can be at the thing again. I don't want to waste durability for no reason, mainly on my suspensor belt. There's no storm incoming yet, so I still got a little bit of time. Okay. I mean, honestly, like, PvP gear or, like, anything like that coming out of here wouldn't incentivize it for me. If the PvE players weren't at risk of losing any of their gear if they didn't flag up, but the PvP players, if they attacked anybody, all of a sudden became at risk of losing a few pieces of their gear, would at least be some form of risk versus reward. You kill somebody and it's like, oh, what did they decide to bring out that they were at risk of losing? 9 times out of 10, it's probably just going to be some tier 5 green armor, tier 5 purple armor. You know, maybe 1 times out of 10 you had a high risk runner and you walk out of there with some already crafted executor. Either way, bro, it's just, fuck, I need some risk versus reward. I totally agree with you, him. 85% of them won't join in on PvP no matter what. They won't even step foot in a PvP zone. And that's why Funcom was getting hit with so many refunds after like the first week of the game, the first couple weeks of the game, because the PvE players did not want to even step foot in the PvP zone and Funcom had the game labeled as a PvP optional. They had it tagged as PvP optional. Because they had it tagged as PvP optional, but technically you had to go into a PvP zone to get tier 6 resources. Technically that made PvP not optional, and Steam was accepting that argument for people to get refunds for Dune Awakening. A lot of people were doing that, and so Dune Awakening panicked. They hit the panic button. They removed that tag from Steam, and then they expanded the safe zone of the deep desert. So they made it to where a tiny little bit of these tier 6 resources were available, and you no longer had to technically enter the PvP zone to get all of the resources in the game. So technically their argument wasn't true anymore, and that's why Funcom made that panic move. It was an absolute panic move. I'm still convinced that it was the biggest red flag that these guys were getting ready to pull out and abandon their original endgame goal of the guild versus guild PvP, and week by week by week by week we've been proven right. I think losing all worn gear except for 2 to 3 things you can insure at a Solari cost would be good PvP incentive. I don't think that's bad, Killed. I don't think that's a bad idea. With a hyperinflated market, the Solari cost would have to be substantial if you were going to be insuring your gear, you know? Like, say if I skulled up and I was at risk of losing 3 pieces of my gear, but I can insure that gear for 150,000 a piece. That means, like, if I get killed, whoever kills me is going to be walking away with 450,000 deposited to their bank. Yeah, that would be big. Echo, good evening, my friend. Good evening. I hope you're doing fantastic. No. You can't look, like, you can't just baby the PvE players, Leah. I get what you're saying, but you can't just give them an option to toggle PvP off. You can't just baby the PvE players. You incentivize them to fight back. That's what you do. You incentivize the PvE players to fight back. It's that simple. How do you incentivize them to fight back? You make it to where if they get attacked, they're still only at risk of losing their resources, but if they fight back and happen to win, they're going to walk away with a little bit of that person's gear. That's going to get the few PvE players that roll into the deep desert to maybe think about fighting back instead of just trying to hightail it and run. Because currently, right now, if they decide to fight back, what are they going to get? Nothing. They're not going to get anything. They're going to get a fuel cell. They're not going to get anything. So there's zero incentive for a PvE player to fight back, which is why if they get attacked while they're farming, they immediately just feel like it's griefing. No. You can't. I like loading screen. I get where you're coming at, with the protecting vehicles as well. But you can't just mitigate these guys from these PvE players from damage if they decide to go into the PvP zone. You can't baby them that hard. You can't baby them that hard. Even when you baby them that hard, the 85% still aren't going to bite, so there's no reason to alienate your PvP crowd by babying the 15% of the PvE audience that you even are at possibility of gaining. ChatGPT's retarded. Storytelling? What the fuck? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's right when it's saying I'm right, but the second it starts talking about storytelling and questing, it can kiss my ass. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nez coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you?
Subversion.
Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing fantastic. I don't know anything about this game's story, Sam. I skipped through every scene of this game. Fighting back's not on your radar at all, Leah, because you have no reason to fight back. If it was at all possible, you could walk away with some tier 6 crafted gear from the person who was attacking you. I think some PvE players would decide to fight back. They would look at it like, okay, I'm not at risk of losing my gear in this situation, but I could potentially walk out of here. I'm at risk of losing these ores, which I mined, which I was at risk of losing anyways. But now I could potentially walk out of here with some gear. Bro, I don't play games for the story, Agent. The list of games that I play for the story, I could probably count on one hand. I could probably count it on 2 fingers, actually. And the second finger, the first game that I play for story, is the Grand Theft Auto games. Those all pretty have solid stories. Second game, Death Stranding, surprisingly hooked me so hard. With that second game, Death Stranding, I never finished it. I have no idea how that story ends. Not a clue. I have no clue how that story ends, and I was fully hooked in that story. I had some like IRL shit happen while I was playing the game, and I never came back to playing the game. But, what are you guys doing over there? You guys are full dying. What's happening? So even with how much I enjoyed and was hooked on Death Stranding's story, I didn't bring myself to go back to play the game just to finish the story, because I just do not play story. I do not play games for the story. Hey, Nez, we appreciate you, my man. We hope you're doing well. We hope you're doing fantastic. Leah, if you spend 3 hours farming Stravidium and Titanium, and you haven't gone back to deposit your inventory of Stravidium and Titanium, you're farming Stravidium and Titanium wrong. It should be 15 minutes in and out. Hey, coming in. Hey, good to see you, my friend. I hope you have an excellent night yourself. Oh, they died for you to get the loot out. I see. Did you make it out? We had to pull a great escape just like the guys before us had to pull a great escape, I see. Am I a fan of a new PvP mode like a Battle Royale map? In Dune Awakening, would I be a fan of a Battle Royale map? No. And I would kill for a good Battle Royale game to drop right now. So Agent, here we go again. This might tie into, this might just be like a my personality type thing, because I'm a scene skipper at heart. I skip scenes in every game. Like I said, Grand Theft Auto I didn't skip scenes in, and Death Stranding I didn't skip scenes in. Other than that, there's not a single game that I play that I'm not spamming the skip button. I'm just mashing through the dialogue. And movies are kind of the same way for me. I just get so bored.
On infiltration instead of invasion.
Hey, Southpaw's coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good. Star Wars: The Old Republic. Interesting. The dialogue in the same way. Oh yeah, that I can kind of get with as well, Nez. I can kind of get with as well. You skim read it and catch the gist of even earlier, or even full read it, because sometimes they're talking really slow. Yes. As a scene skipper is what I call it, Agent. Yes. Yes, you know what's crazy? Jux, good evening, my friend. I had probably the most proud moment I've had as a father up to this point the other day. I was walking through my living room and my kid was playing Bug Snacks. And as I walked past him playing Bug Snacks, he was talking to one of the NPCs over there. And I just walk by and he's like, come on, hurry up. He's just like fucking smashing his spacebar trying to get through this dialogue inside of Bug Snacks. He's just like smashing, screaming, come on, hurry up. I like damn near shed a tear. I was like, that is my boy right there. That is my boy. A scene skipper at heart. Oh, another day could always be worse. Southpaw could always be worse. Could always be worse. There's a couple of interesting bases over here that we've got our eye on. We still have instance 1 to check as well. So surprisingly more bases than we had last night. We should be... Man, we should be within like 10 minutes of this storm hitting. We didn't timestamp it when the last storm hit, so I don't remember exactly when it was. I'm right there with you, Leah. I really like the sandbox base building survival games. I do quite enjoy that. I like that Dune mixes the PvP into it. I think it does a piss poor job at doing it. I don't know what it was in Death Stranding, Chuji. I think it was the baby. I just wanted to protect the baby, and then Death Stranding also has like anime level vibes of intrigue to the story, which at the time I just hadn't been exposed to. You know? I hadn't watched any animes up to that point, aside from the Dead Man's Wonderland when I was younger. So it has like that anime level of intrigue where you're like, what is happening here? Same with that garbage anime that I was asking about in the Discord. I saw the preview for that on Crunchyroll, but I think I was washing dishes or something, so I couldn't like pull out my hands to check and see what it was. It just looked insane, and it had levels of intrigue to it where it's like in the story it hits me with a question, and I just need to know the answer to that question. And I think in Death Stranding it was like, what the hell is this baby, and how do we save it? Honestly, Sam, that would be something. That would be something. I don't think Dune's combat is fleshed out enough to be able to actually run and function as a battle royale. Cuckoo. Gachai cuckoo. I have no idea. That I'm pretty positive that that's what it was. Though when I looked up the actual trailer for the show, it was not the same as the commercial that I watched. So I don't know. I was a bit uncertain, but I'm like 98% positive that was it, and it looked freaking solid. I haven't had time to dip into it yet. Akugara Kuta. Okay, well there's another one. There's another one. I don't know if that's a different name than what Chuji pointed out, unless Chuji meant that. I know it's got a weird name to it. The one that I posted in the Discord, I was like, oh no, I found it. It's this right here. It's got a weird ass name to it. Ross, hello, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Is that a base? That's another thing that interests me about these. What comes out of this lab this week? Doesn't something good come out of this one this week? Isn't this the... oh, there's a dead body there. The Shell Burster, yeah, that is a solid one. And I think the one that I saw the commercial for, like, is in the process of releasing, so I wouldn't be surprised if what I posted is it. I can't believe Dan is, like, that high up. Bro, that's a weird-ass anime, in my opinion. The first episode makes it so fucking weird, bro. I've watched most of season 1. I don't think I finished it out. It was hitting me with that wait until next week type shit, like we're back in the 90s trying to watch TV shows and shit. I'm just kind of flying around here. Eurism flying up and down in this area, kind of waiting out this storm. Like, we should be either 2 minutes or 12 minutes from the next storm hitting this deep desert, and I'm trying to, like, be up in the air, so if it's way down here or if it's way up here, we should see it. Man, Juxt, you're missing out. You're missing out. I'm new to animes, so I'm new to animes. I'm far from, like, an anime buff. But, holy shit, does the West writing suck ass, bro. The West can't write for shit. They can't write nothing, dude. Nothing. They've got nothing on the East. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Writing over here sucks, bro. It's spoon-fed. It leaves no room for intrigue or question or a bit of, like, darkness mixed in with it. Fucking the writing over here sucks so bad. Animes are so damn good. No, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that. Juxt, if I was you, I would pick Assassination Classroom. And that might be a bit of a cheesy anime to tell somebody to watch, but dude, Koro Sensei is the shit, man. They didn't have to kill Koro Sensei. That one still cuts me deep. They didn't have to kill him. I suppose I might have just ruined it for you. Well, the whole point of the show is to kill him, so. But he didn't fucking have to die. Ugh. There was so many more lessons for me to learn from Koro Sensei. We got robbed. We got robbed. I don't know, Fire. I don't know. The Dune universe, I don't know, honestly. Alice in Borderlands, honestly. I don't... Did somebody just say something in my mic? Did you guys hear that? Ross, no. Ross. No, you don't read... No, see, this is what I'm saying, Ross. I am not an anime buff. I'm not reading I'm not, yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm not doing any subtitled animes. I'm not doing any subtitled animes. Does it look like I want to read a television show? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I've never played Red Dead. Bro, surely this storm has to be coming in. I don't know, Ross. I don't think so. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think you start to notice that there's a group of voice actors that they use. So you notice, like, I hear, so Koro Sensei is dead. We can't learn any more life lessons from Koro Sensei. He's dead. But his voice lives on. I still hear him in other animes, and I'm like, there he is. He's still alive. He's still alive. I'm like, come teach me a lesson, Koro Sensei. Come teach me a lesson. Is it? That's a Rockstar game, isn't it, Kato? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Rockstar makes decent stories. That's what I'm saying. The two games where I will watch the scenes of the story are Grand Theft Auto and Death Stranding, and I never finished Death Stranding. And there probably are some scenes on Grand Theft Auto that I decide to skip. I don't understand Japanese, so to me, the Japanese voice actors are subpar because I don't know what the fuck they're saying, right? Like if they were voice acting and speaking in English and I could understand them, we might be cooking, right? Right? So for me, the dubs work just fine. I've never complained about the dubs. Other than the fact of, like, obviously some of the voices carry over. Honestly, I don't care about the whole whatchamahoo's it with the die. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. That's exactly what I'm saying, Ross. If I don't understand Japanese, I can't come out and be like, yes, he's an excellent voice actor. He's an excellent voice actor. I have no idea what the guy just said. What the hell is that? Oh, that would be Eurism. Watch it out. Watch out, my friend. Watch out. There are bogeys in the area. Yeah, that sucks too. They're like westernizing it. Fuckers, that's what makes the Japanese writing good. All I know is when I started watching animes, I was dumbfounded by how intriguing their writing was, and I remember it was just like one after the other, after the other, after the other. I just kept finding animes that I was just like fully drawn into. I can't remember which one it started off with on this second, this technically first little tinge of animes here. I think it might have been Assassination Classroom, but it stems so much deeper than that. Like another really good one that we watched the entirety of, Promised Neverland. I don't know if you guys have seen that one. It's kind of fucked up, dude. It's kind of a messed up anime, bro. It really is. Kind of a messed up anime. but it's really good, dude. It's really good. I'm like not a big fan of the one season animes because their stories usually draw me in so hard that I just want to see more. Like I'm saying, Koro Sensei did not have to die. I could have watched another 10 seasons of Koro Sensei. I don't need like the blood and guts. I don't need like the blood and guts. How do I sit on a wooden chair for so long? Easy. Easy is how we do it. Very easily. It's got a cushion on it. It's got a cushion. We got a little bit of some cushion for our pushing, you know what I mean? If I was just sitting on wood, yeah, that would be a pain. That would be a pain in my ass, literally. But, nope, nope, nope. I could move the computer chair in here that my wife uses throughout the day, but I'm lazy. I don't feel like moving it back and forth. Okay, well, hold on, because I hear things happening out in my living room here that I need to go investigate. You know, him, you're right. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. But... Have I seen Made in the Abyss? It's similar to Promise Neverland. Did they die? You know what, Chuji? It kind of felt like in Promise Neverland that they shoehorned in. We've got a storm. We've got a storm. Fuck, it's so far low. Dude, are we just going to get edged all night tonight? So irritating. It happens on the 18. Happens on the 20, essentially. I'm trying to think in my head what other bases we have on this instance, and there are none. Oh, you know what? I need to go check that. It's either my wife or the cats, and they are going ham on whatever it is that they're hitting. Yeah, I see it, Cal. We're getting scammed on this one. It's moving south as well. It's angling south, so it'll be out of the deep desert by the time it hits Kel. That's where the PvE, that's where the arena's at. So it would have to be a base somewhere here. F6 does... Oh, F6 has that base, actually. F6 has that base. Right? That is F6, isn't it? F6 has a base. I think. It's that little forward operating base. Oh, like I was saying to Chuji, though, it definitely seems like in Promise Neverland, they shoehorned in the ending. I didn't mind the ending. I didn't mind it, but it felt forced. It felt almost like a Dead Man's Wonderland type ending where it just got forced. If I had unlimited money, that's what I would do. That'd be the first thing I did. Was remade Dead Man's Wonderland following the manga. Be the first thing I did. Evening, Tice. Good evening, my friend. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing fantastic. I walk out, no wife in sight. I see 3 of the 4 cats walking around like they were just like smashing plates all around. I walk out, lights on in the living room. Kid is up. It's 12:20 a.m. Kid's up watching TV. I'm like, dude, you've got school in the morning. Like, what are you doing? You need to go to bed. I walk in, open the bathroom door. Wife scares the ever-living shit out of me. She's in the bathroom. She's like, he doesn't have school tomorrow. So they're up. It's them. It's them making the noise. Long story short, it's them making the noise, and they scared me. Honestly, Leah, that's so like him's bringing up. It's a bunch of leftards doing the dubbing. I don't care about like their political leaning. When if they're doing their job proper, if they're doing the dubbing, I don't care if they're left wing, right wing, whatever. Same with like game development. If a left wing person comes out with a game and it's a solid game, hell yeah. With not gonna have good writing, but hell yeah, if they come out with solid games, it's gonna be a solid game. Now, there it is. Did you guys get the juice? Did you get the juice? Now, when they start changing the translation up a bunch, that's when it starts to suck, you know? And it's like they're not only doing their job, they're changing the writing and, like you said, westernizing it and bastardizing it and basically putting an agenda behind it, which is annoying as fuck. I'm not surprised, Kel. That one was the last one on my list because it looked super empty. It's still in the F section, though, surprisingly. I think F2 has stuff on it as well. I don't know if a base is over there or not. No way. Shut up, Aaliyah. Shut up. You're joking. What do you mean there's actually rumors that's going to happen? A proper remake of Dead Man's Wonderland, the true to the manga. Just rumors, though. Shut up. Oh, my God. You can't say something like that. You can't say something like that. You can't say something like that. What did you call it? What, a remake? A reboot? Dude, it would be so good. It would be so good. I remember I was tripping mushrooms as when I was... Oh, there's another one! There's another one! There's another one! This is the one that I was looking at earlier. I remember I was tripping mushrooms when I was a kid, and I came into my room at like 2 a.m., and there was a big yellow face on my television screen. I didn't know what was going on. And I'm pretty sure what was happening, it was the end of an Assassination Classroom scene. End of an Assassination Classroom episode where Koro-sensei was like the main guy on the screen basically just laughing or something like that, right? And I was like, what the hell is that? What is going on? And right after that, Dead Man's Wonderland popped on, and I watched the episode of that while tripping on mushrooms, and I swear it changed my life. And then every weekend after that, I was watching Toonami, Saturday night Toonami. I was like, bro, I gotta catch the rest of Dead Man's Wonderland. And I remember I got cucked so hard when I figured out that it doesn't end properly. There was no ending properly. I remember. I'll never forget it. It was like I got punched in the gut about 3,000 times. Oh, well, good, Jen, good. I hope so. It should be a free space. The center of bingo boards is meant to be a free space. Yeah, that's what you were saying previously, Chuji, but you know, that was back then, you know. That was back then in 2008. You know, we're kind of way past that point in time, and I don't know if the primary demographic for animes anymore is teenagers. All of the teenagers that used to be the primary demographic are now adults. The same thing kind of happens inside of like RuneScape, for example. Back in 2008, you would get muted for saying like shit inside of RuneScape. Nowadays, I think you can say stuff like, I don't know if shit explicitly, but they even have like a chat filter where you can turn off the profanity filter because they know everybody playing that game is a 35-year-old adult. I think the same thing with animes. You see a lot, like Dan is like the #1 anime right now, and that is like lewd as fuck. Especially in the first couple episodes, it's like awkwardly lewd. Oh, honestly, I don't even know, Tice. I don't even know. I don't know shit about the Dune lore, Dune universe, or anything to do with any of these movies. Oh, Dan's fully over? Or just the season's over? The whole anime's wrapped up on that? I remember I was watching Dan and they did like the weekly releases, and I just fell off, and then I never got back on. Though, if I'm being real, I was intrigued enough. The anime had enough of an intrigue hook for me, where I was like, "What the hell is gonna happen here?" That's always it with animes for me. I need that. How does this resolve question? And animes are so good at hooking you with that. It's so weird, Tice. Like I'm saying, if you can get past the first couple. It's him again! It's him again! It's him again! Get his ass! Get his ass! Man, One Punch Man is one that people have been pushing a lot as well. Fuck no, it was locked on, bro. Bro, I hate the ancient way now. A lot of people have said good things about One Punch Man. It's just kind of one of them like old school animes. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I'm kind of like or I think it was Ross who said it. I'm into the gritty animes. Yeah, I'm into the gritty animes that really hook you with that story where you're like, what is going on? And what happens next? Like your Demon Slayers, you know what I mean? Where it's like, this kid just had his whole family completely and totally brutalized. What the hell happens next? Regards, good evening, good evening. Is One Punch Man new? I thought that was an old one. I don't mind the single season animes, to be honest, Hayden, I don't. But I also really like the long-winded ones as well. Your Assassination Classrooms, your Demon Slayers, your My Hero Academias. Isn't My Hero Academia coming out this month? Isn't that starting to come out this month? It's not viable for solo PvP, J-Show. I don't know who sold you that lie. Oh, yeah! Danganronpa. Haha, you're so right, Tice. That was a good one as well. That's where they're, like, trapped in the school and shit. Yes, the kind of animes that make you go, what is happening? With the bear, you're right. That was a good one. That was a good one. It is, Chuji. It is, but I have a kid. You know what I mean? I have a kid, and I'm having the hardest time convincing my wife. All the time, I'm like, I think it's time our kid starts to learn from Koro Sensei. All right? I think we can watch Assassination Classroom with him, right? She's like, no, he's not old enough. I'm like, fucking fine. We got to start watching some animes with him. And I absolutely love My Hero Academia. It is kind of a kiddie anime, but I can get down with that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I could get down on those more kids, you know, oriented target audience type shows and movies and stuff. Even like we were saying the other day when we passed that spice field that looked like that sloth from Ice Age, bro. Like, that's exactly it. 7 Deadly Sins video game coming out. Open world MMO. No, I have not. No, I haven't heard about that at all. MMO in your traditional sense, or are we talking MMO in your, like, Dune or Once Human sense? Dragon Ball Z Juxt, really? See, that's another one where it's like... I don't know if it would have that hook. Oh, like a Genshin Impact sense. Oh. Not really a gotcha guy. Not really a gotcha guy. Yeah, if that's what we're talking. If it's an anime MMO type thing, yeah. Not typically my style. You know, if I was an actor though, talking about My Hero Academia, if I was an actor and I needed to cry in a scene, I would just need them to play in the background the scene of where, I'm like fucking tearing myself up just thinking about it. It cuts me so deep. It fucks me up so bad. I don't know what it is about this scene. It actually, like, just hurts me, bro. But when the kid is sitting there crying as he's watching the thing and his mom comes in, oh God, it's so fucked up, dude. It's a fucked up scene. They would just have to play that on a TV in the background, and I would be crying on any scene immediately, bro. Honestly, apparently I can just try and recreate the scene in my head and cry on cue. Damn, call me Leonardo DiCaprio because, damn. Is Dr. Stone another good one? I've seen that up a few times. but I haven't seen it. I'll have to check that out, J-Show. My bad. I'll have to check that out. You've been playing the Horse Girl anime? What? I don't know who Leo is, Juxt. I don't know who Leo is. All right, well, we've got 50 minutes until the next storm, and I think we've just about checked every island on this frickin' instance here. Oh. You know what's funny is that was just the only actor that I could name off the top of my head. I don't know actors for names. I couldn't even name one movie that Leonardo DiCaprio was in. Oh, Seven Deadly Sins is an anime itself, and they're coming out with an MMO. Okay. That's interesting. That is interesting. You know what I would like to see now that I'm kind of understanding what J Show's talking about here. I'd like to see a Sword Art Online MMO. I think that would be solid. Titanic? What about the Titanic? I've never seen it. If we're talking about the movie. With some hardcore PvP rules. I mean, like, we all know how even the PvP players on Dune Awakening shied away once the full loot came out. But, yeah, I'd be game. Oh, yeah. Some animes get weird with that shit, Chuji, you're right. Oh. That might be a person. That might be peoples. Oh, J-Show, it's getting brutal around here, isn't it? We should take a look at the daily player count, because it's sitting right around where I expect it to be. Oh, that's definitely peoples. Look at how he's moving. Oh, there's multiples of them. Are you watching, J-Show? Are you watching how solo viable the game is? Did you see? Does that look fun? Does that look fun, J-Show? I'm so fucking irritated. I'm so fucking irritated, dude. And what's pissing me off is this stupid knee. The knee ability is just not functioning how I expect it to function. You know? I didn't lay a respawn beacon down either, you guys. Interspecies reviewers? No, I haven't. Is that is that joke? Is that joke? I might have seen shorts about that. I might have even seen shorts about that. Is that joke where the people are like dressed up as aliens doing funny things? See, the problem is I don't know what instance any of these are on. Like, is this on G3 of this instance? What's a checkpoint of H8? Is that on this instance? I doubt it. And Chuji, yeah, I didn't know there was going to be 3 of them down there. I didn't know 3 of them were going to come walking out of that wall. What are they even here for? Oh, the fucking triple shot sniper. It's weird. I don't know. Loading screen. I don't know. We decided to go with the fucking knee, and it just is not functioning how I expected it to function. It's weird. If I'm being honest, though, I cast the knee there as if I was using weirding step. What I was anticipating happening in my head there was a weirding step into the guy. Instead, if I had landed the spell, would have sent a knee towards him. Neither of which would have helped me out realistically in the long run, because I would have just weirding stepped into all three of them. Oh, that's what I wanted to look up. Oh, right. I mean, 17,000 player 24-hour peak is 2,000 off where I anticipate it riding. It's going to ride between 12 and 15,000 players at the 24-hour peak, all the way until the first expansion. I think the problem with the weirding step loading screen is it has a targeting system to it that's different than, or sorry, the problem with the knee is it has a targeting system that's different than the weirding step. And I'm just trying to target as if I'm using the weirding step, but I'm not. And I think that's what's messing it up. I think it'll sit around 12 to 15,000. I mean, give me a second. Oh my gosh, dude. Conan Exiles hits a 24-hour peak of 7,800 players. So if Dune Awakening gets anywhere near that, and by anywhere near that, I mean within 1 or 2,000 of that, major ball drop. So if Dune Awakening even gets to 9,000, they fucked up so bad. If they hit a 9,000 24-hour peak, boy, they cooked themselves here. I'm sure that's definitely helping bolster Conan's player base. But if Dune hits anywhere near that, they're cooked. They're going to ride between 12 and 15,000 up until the launch of the expansion. After the expansion, the Steam numbers will kick up back up above 50,000, but then they'll very quickly drop back down. And who knows what the console numbers will be. Console will probably be doing good for a while. This isn't an MMO. I mean, for all intents and it's an MMO survival. Like we really need to like separate the terms, like MMO RPG, MMO survival, MMO open world, like we were talking about earlier with the MMO Genshin style shit. Like there's different levels here. And Dune is like an MMO survival type game. MMO sandbox. And yeah, survival sandbox games usually lose about 80% of their player base. fairly quickly after the player base burns through it. It's a little bit different over here in Dune Awakening, I think, because Funcom's very good at sucking the time out of the player via time sync methods, and also paired with the fact of the end game redundancy. It takes a minute to hit you. It's not like immediate. We looped him, we looped him, we looped him! Up! Looped ourselves. Up! Caught on the hill. MMO RPGs, like honestly, MMO as in like just the title of massive multiplayer online, that's my style of game in any genre. In any genre. MMO RPGs specifically are right up my alley. Like, for example, not Arc Raiders, sorry. Ashes of Creation. I'm really excited for Ashes of Creation. There's some things that I'm concerned with, mainly the fact that the game's, with all the testing that they're putting into it, is going to be fully and completely and totally figured out by the time it launches, but he's running, he's running, he's running, he's running. You better run. Hey, Fire, you take it easy, my friend. You take it nice and easy. Yeah, unfortunately, that is true. Him. Oh, gosh, Tice, that sucks, my friend. That definitely sucks. Another thing that's gonna... That might actually drop Dune's player count down to... Oh, there's another one over here. Another thing that might actually drop Dune's player count down to the below... What is that noise? Another thing that might drop it down to below the 10,000 count, 10,000 player number, is there's a solid list of games coming out from now until the end of the year that's definitely going to take attention away from Dune. Man, there's so much happening over there. That base right there is just a repair base. Because apparently you only have to Alt F4 out of the game. I bet you can do that in the deep desert as well. I wouldn't be surprised at all. This base, though, it's like, what's happening here? Landshark, good evening, my friend. Good evening. I hope you're doing fantastic. Oh, see, him brings up a good point. So it's not only new games coming out, but content updates coming out as well. Final Fantasy Tactics, I don't know if that's a new game, but like RuneScape Leagues, for example, pulled me off of Dune for a couple days. Old school RuneScape Gridmasters is going to pull me off of Dune for a little bit. Old school RuneScape Deadman mode is going to pull me off of the game substantially for a little bit. You know what I mean? In Landshark, anything new in Dune? Nope, nope, nope. Nothing new. Nothing new. I suppose it depends on when the last time you were playing was, but... Oh, I see, right. That's like a remake of the old... That's like a remake of the old school ones, isn't it? Arc for me, Psycho, it's still kind of up in the air, to be honest. I don't know if the extraction... What is that stupid-ass noise? I don't know if the extraction genre is going to sink its teeth into me as much as I'm hoping. Like, I'm not positive the extraction genre is going to sink its teeth into me. But yeah, I mean, Arc Raiders might actually be a massive takeaway on my end. Like, it might sink its teeth into me super hard. Like, that type of PvP is right up my alley. That risk versus reward is exactly what I'm looking for. And if Arc Raiders delivers on experience, shit, bro. Shit. Well, at this point in time, considering we're only 23 minutes away from the next storm, staying... Oh. Oh. Scared him, we scared him. You've been playing Arena Breakout, but waiting for Arc Raiders and the Black Ops 7 beta is kind of mid. Oh my god, yeah. You know, I was asking people about the Black Ops 7 and how they felt about that. Oh, this is an enemy. We do have an enemy flying in. I was asking people about the Black Ops... Oh no, they're flying out. I was asking people about the Black Ops 7 beta when we first started the stream up because I was watching somebody else. Play it before we went live, and it didn't look great. Somebody in the chat of the person I was watching called it Call of Duty respawn simulator, and that's basically all Call of Duties have turned into nowadays. And I'm just not a huge fan anymore. I cannot play these multiplayer team deathmatch die respawn games for more than 40 minutes before I just become completely and totally just bored of the redundancy. Yeah, I can't play these games for more than 40 minutes before it's like, I'm done, man. I'm done. So... you know, I even looked up the Black Ops 7 beta. When's it go live? When's it go live to the public for free? I don't remember when I looked it up. Because after I was watching the person play, I was like, would this be something that'd be interested to, you know, maybe we run a live stream play in Black Ops, and I was watching them for a bit, and I was like, holy shit. That looks fucking god-awful. On the 5th? Looks god-awful. Also, I heard that it's already plagued with cheaters, and considering it's a Black Ops game, I'm not surprised in the slightest. Apex is plagued with cheaters nowadays too, but yeah. Yeah, I prefer Apex as well. Again, that's a battle royale though, so that's not a die respawn over and over again type game. That's, you know, you die, you have to go back to the lobby, you spawn back in, you land in a different spot, you get different guns, you fight people in different areas. The redundancy of a battle royale gets shaken up a little bit more than it does in just the regular ones. Exoborn, I haven't even seen anything about it. What kind of game is that, Holy? Did they force secure boot? Sorry, did they force secure boot onto it's an extraction shooter, so I haven't seen anything about it yet. This is the same reason that I'm not jumping into there's apparently a Sands, which is another extraction type shooter game coming out, and their test is happening as well currently. And the reason I'm not playing that is because I want Arc Raiders to be the genuinely first fresh experience that we've had in any sort of extraction shooter. I don't want how other people do an extraction shooter to taint my feelings on it. Are you just pinging this base, or is there somebody here? Yeah, because we saw this base. This is just a repair base. This is just a repair base, and I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know what that is, Tice. Is that like, is it possible to play Ark as a solo? We'll be playing Ark, at least for a portion of the 24-hour live stream that we put on the 17th. We'll be playing that solo. So it's possible, and when you queue in solo, it's meant to try to group you with other solo duos, but it's not guaranteed. Sand does look like some sort of steampunk mixed with pirate game for sure. Yep, that's the second base, Chuji. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why we're hanging around this island, really hoping that it pulls through. That first base that we pinged is just fucking repair base, you know? It's just something that these guys are using to repair glitch, is what it seems like. It is near the shell burster, which definitely makes it even more interesting. I'm out of fuel as well. Oh, that's Eurism. I'm out of fuel as well. Honestly, Eurism, we've got maximum 20 minutes until this base hits. Maximum 20 minutes until this storm hits. Whether or not it actually catches this base, I don't know. But yeah, Sand is another one of those. It's like an extraction shooter-esque Sea of Thieves looking type thing, yeah. And it's not that I won't decide to jump into any of those. I just want Ark to be our first fresh experience with an extraction shooter. Do you know what I mean? And we should be able to play Ark as a solo and do pretty decent and do just fine. Taking on like a 1v3 is going to be a bit difficult, but not impossible from what I hear. Did the devs say they were going to merge soon? They said they're going to talk about merging soon. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. That's why I'm getting high in the air and flying this way. You guys don't have to follow me. I'll be right back. The devs said like a month ago at this point in time that they're planning on talking about merging servers soon. When exactly that comes to pass, I don't know. What exactly they're going to end up saying, whether they're going to like come out and be like, all right, we're not going to merge servers, you guys. Or what? I don't know. I don't know. We shall see. Honestly, a Sea of Thieves-esque game on the sand could be cool. I'm coming. Yeah, Sea of Thieves-esque, Last Oasis kind of style vehicles on the sand. PvP extraction, yeah, sounds interesting. I enjoyed playing Last Oasis. I don't know if anybody jumped into that. Yeah, Grey Wolf, that'll happen just purely because it'll be forced to happen because the player count is so low. Somebody lost an ornithopter? Oh, are you like that out of fuel? Yeah, I tell you, those were the glory days.
I feel like this whole base is a trap.
They're both traps. Every base is a trap. Why do I have an ornithopter on my map? Ain't that just the weirdest thing you've ever seen? It's like a ghost ornithopter, and even the icon says it. You signed up for the playtest for Sand? Yeah, Gecko, the guy that I did I scanned it. Is it in the ground? Oh my god, is it in the ground, dude? I fucking am so tired of this shit. Gecko, the guy I did the podcast with for Arc Raiders, was pointing out the sand thing. I didn't look too deep into it, because like I said, I've already got, like, a lot of games that I'm juggling around. I can't add, like, 5 things to it. So this must have just been where I scanned your ornithopter, then? That's weird. Light No Fire, the new No Man's Sky game, was it made by the same people? Or is that what you mean by new No Man's Sky game, or is it a No Man's Sky style game? Oh, but made by the same people? Sweet. Sweet. I mean, I didn't play much No Man's Sky, but from what I played of it, I had fun. I enjoyed it. I didn't play much of it. I played after it had supposedly gotten better as well, so I can only imagine what that was like at launch. I need real multiplayer in my games. Like, the No Man's Sky multiplayer was weird. I wasn't a huge fan. Oh, we almost got him. That's how you get maximum height. Jeez, what's this guy using? Like the Emperor's wings or something? Get higher in the air! No scope. Oh, it was close. It whizzed by his ear. How much heat was at the PvP ship? We're technically 12 minutes away. Technically, we're exactly 10 minutes away from when we saw the last storm. But the last storm spawned on this side, so if the next storm hopefully spawns on this side, we won't get the notification for probably like another 12 minutes. That's what I'm saying, Chuji. There was a lot over here when I was flying by as well. Yeah, they're still fighting on the outside. I wouldn't do that, Yurizum. There's like fucking at least 6 of them over there. At least 2 groups fighting. Right in the hole. Nailed it. I've had practice, if you can't tell. Jeez, Chuji's actually got the Vulcan out. The madman with the Vulcan. What the hell was that? There's no way that works in PvP. I'm double tapping and then holding, and my shield is not staying up. You think you like the updated Dune Man set? Yeah, they're still missing a few pieces, but I've heard a lot of positive things about it. Was my shield on as I was charging that last one up? Tap, hold, then fire. Oh, you guys, did you see that? My shield was up. Tap. This game's fucking so stupid, bro. That shit needs fixed. It doesn't bring your shield up. It doesn't bring your shield up, doesn't bring your shield up immediately, but it does bring it up. Very nice. Oh, so just a bird. It's just a bird. It doesn't bring your shield up immediately, but you can get your shield back up before you finish them off. It definitely gets you like an extra second or possibly even 2 seconds of shield time. I don't like that, you know? I don't like that one bit. Six minutes. I don't know what you mean by that. We hit 2 shots. We hit 2 of them! We hit 2 of them! Nailed him. That should work, you know? It's like... It's dumb, but it should work. Just for funsies. Man, I don't know if Kel is still on, but I do know if a storm... I don't think Kel is. I do know if a storm flies too far south of us, we won't see it. Oh, I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying. Yeah, you know... What are you gonna do? Here was where a little stash base was... earlier in the week on instance 3. Oh my god, bro. So, my assumption was that the big patch is coming out next week. I'm not so positive that's going to be the case. I think they would have started to announce that by now. Typically with their big patches, they've had, like, not marketing campaigns, but they've announced pretty well in advance, like, hey, the big patch is coming out this week. Now, it is only Friday, but have they announced it's on the 14th, or is that just your guess? And if that's the case, then what's next week's Deep Desert going to be? Pincushion? A Regis Disruptor pistol? Like, because at this point in time, it has to be a rerun. Unless, oh, it's just speculation, right? If there is another week of this Deep Desert, it has to be a rerun unless they come out with that one map with the one Deep Desert with like whatever disruptor. There's like some SMG or some pistol or some shit that they're still missing. Oh. Shit, you bring up a really good point, him. With the date. Yeah, you bring up a really, really good point there. What's the point, though? It's all going to be instance loot. No, prices will drop a lot. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and eventually, there's going to be no reason to come out here and run labs to get schematics. You're not going to come out here to run labs to get schematics anymore. All of the schematics are going to be readily available. What you're going to do is you're going to come out here and you're going to run labs to look for PvP. Dude, the PvE in this game sucks so bad. If you think that I'm going to come out here and willingly partake in PvE just to hopefully run into PvP, you've fucking lost the plot, dude. You've lost the actual plot. Dude, is that one? That's not even in our map. That's out of the map, isn't it? That spice field's out of the map. I'm fairly positive of it. I didn't even know that was possible. Well, I stand corrected. There's no sense of scarcity. There's not really rarity in the game right now. In the sense of like, yeah, if the schematic's on the table, it's gonna get pulled, but there's scarcity in the game. As soon as all of the loot's on the loot pool all of the time, eventually, whether that be 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, eventually all of the schematics will be in plentiful supply, especially if they don't get a whole control on the repair glitches that are plaguing the game. If they don't fix... Now, they have a fix for the first repair glitch, but if they don't fix the other repair glitch, or if they introduce another repair glitch, like they did last time they fixed the first one, well, then guess what? We're right back at square one. We're right back at square one. And if there's a repair glitch in the game, then that's just going to exacerbate the problem, and the schematics will flood the market even faster, and there'll be even less of a use case to come out here and grind them. It's just, oh my god, are we having rubber banding happening with our ornithopter again? You guys see my ornithopter flicking all over the place? Okay, what the fuck? We're well past an hour. We're way past an hour at this point in time. We must have missed the storm. I bet a storm came. Why would the Twitch drops correlate with the patch? Do they? I haven't been paying attention to the Twitch drops. We missed the storm, you guys. I'm convinced of it. We got edged yet again. So I think we fly out to instance 1. Because honestly, like Chuji said, that base over there could be a trap. In the sense of a waste of time. All bases, realistically, are a waste of time for the most part, but... What's coming out of that one? Anything fancy? Honestly, him with all of the other ones, or with the other one coming out on the 10th or whatever, I could see that leading to correlation where it's like a monthly or bi-monthly patch. Man, I can't believe we missed this storm. And yeah, Land Shark, you're right. You're right. And but here's the thing. I was wrong with instanced deep deserts ruining PvP. I was wrong. It didn't ruin PvP, surprisingly. So I could be wrong with these schematics and my schematic theory as well. I 100% could be wrong with that. Oh my god, I wish there was a faster way out of this place. I mean, I guess we could have died and respawned in the A sector. That's probably how people be doing it nowadays, I swear. They've been calling the monthly updates patches and all of the emergency patches hot fixes. It's funny. These guys and their terminology, it's so twisted. Do we know any solid details on who exactly got laid off at Funcom? Team-wise? Because honestly, I think arguably Dune is a financial success, which is why I'm a bit surprised they laid people off. Though I said if I was CEO of Funcom, I would have laid the hell off. I would have full-axed several squads. You know what I really want them to do? I want them to come up with ways and ideas to incentivize people building in the PvP zone. I know, I should have done that. That's what I was saying. I could just die and spawn at the entry point. Holy, I don't even have to place a respawn beacon. I could just spawn at the entry point now. And it takes me right to the entry point. That's what I should have done if I was thinking. I'm low on suspensor belts, though, so that's a dangerous game to play. We definitely missed the storm. Man, Harmony's player... Bro, I can't search that fucking body? Lame. Harmony's player count was struggling for a little while. Undisclosed number of staff, so we don't even know what teams they came from. I just want to know what teams got laid off. Like, what sections. Yeah, typically you don't even see bodies, though. I figured because I seen it. I figured because I saw it, it would let me loot it. Yeah, undisclosed number of staff could mean anything, you know? I want to know what teams got the axe, you know? Hopefully some of their creative team. That's like the main problem, in my opinion, is their creative team being void of creativity. Copy and pasting the AI throughout the entirety of this game is the biggest red flag that I've ever seen in my entire life. So Sam, you think the Funcom layoffs might have been teams other than Dune Awakening entirely? Because you're not wrong, and also I'm pretty sure they spent a lot of money or pulled a lot of strings in order to get this IP. But if I was a betting man, I would bet that they treat Dune exactly like they treated Conan Exiles, in that they just drip feed the game with content and milk the fuck out of it for 10 years. What's weird is they milk it in a way that's like the least profitable way to milk it. So weird. No, you're not wrong, Mark. You're not wrong. It definitely does take less people to maintain a game than to build a game, but... Bro, I don't know what you guys think I'm arguing. I think people needed to get fired. Oh no, Oz. Absolutely not. We've got one more DLC coming up in November, December. And it's going to be nothing substantial, I guarantee that. It's going to be nothing substantial in the next DLC and then the expansion. Yeah, see, Sam might be onto something. They spent a lot of money on the Dune franchise. And, I mean, Conan's kind of, like, run its life course, has it not? That's an old game. That's a really old game. Like Oz pointed out too, they still have the console release to look forward to. So I think that Sam is probably dead on. Yeah, they're going to massively focus on the console release. And honestly, console players are going to have a fucking blast in this game. They really, really are. The progression system is solid. The gameplay is solid. The PvE is redundant as all hell, which sucks. But that doesn't really become annoying until you get out into the deep desert. And Dune Awakening has, from now all the way up until the console release, to continue expanding on the PvE in the game, because if you guys remember, the game did not launch with that little mid-game quest line that we just got in this DLC. That quest line slots really well into the progression system as a mid-game quest line. If that was something that you were doing and knocking out in your early to mid-game progression system, and that was an extra quest line you took on, that's a solid bit of content. So console players are going to enjoy that. They're not going to feel the entirety of the redundancy of what was the Haga Basin, which even inside of the PC launch and whatever, the Haga Basin AI being redundant wasn't bothersome. Honestly, holy microtransactions. Look, here's my stance on this. Might be a bit of a hot take, but it's how I feel. If introducing microtransactions into this game meant that we would get substantial quality of life improvements, substantial content updates, and just anything substantial for that matter coming into this game, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. As a matter of fact, I'm shit shocked with Funcom being a Tencent owned company that cosmetic microtransactions aren't being pushed out the wazoo. For example, like building set pieces being sold as cosmetics. I don't know who's running their financial strategies over there at Dune Awakening, but they're doing that wrong as well. Because building cosmetics would sell like hotcakes in this game. Building cosmetics would sell like hotcakes in this game. And would absolutely fund more development. Whether or not that funding got put towards more development, who knows. Yeah, the layoff is included in a restructure, but that's not all a restructure is. No, you're right, John. You're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I wouldn't imagine at all if it's a mixture of layoffs from teams that they're not going to need in game XYZ anymore, paired with a restructuring into focusing the teams that they are going to keep into Dune Awakening. Are all of those Funcom owned games, Holy? I think the reason I think the reason that it got worse, if those are other Funcom owned games, is because these guys are creatively bankrupt. I mean, like, the enemies inside of Conan Exiles should tell you everything. And exactly how they dictate difficulty in Conan Exiles should tell you everything as well. From what I understand, it's artificial. And we've looked into it like 4 times. The creativity of the AI, a fucking 4-year-old is more creative than that. Skins for ornithopters, color swatches for cosmetics. I'm surprised that it's not already riddled with microtransactions. And like I said, I wouldn't be against it if it meant that we got some real developers in on this bitch. But, you know, we would have to fire whole entire teams. Yeah, just replace Joel, Haggy, and I couldn't agree more. I'm right there with you. Unfortunately, though, I've got, yet again, this is probably definitely a hot take, because I've got a bit of thought on this that I'm not sure if it would work, but if I was the CEO of a company, this is how I would implement it. If I'm going to get rid of somebody like my creative director, Joel, I'm also going to be getting rid of 90% of the people on that creative team. So if the top goes, everybody goes with him. Everybody goes with him. A complete and total swap out. Maybe if the team's lucky, I'll keep 10% of them, but it would only be the ones that I saw who were actually working hard, not just working and accomplishing, but working hard. Other than that, or maybe not even working hard, but maybe just fucking creative, because we're specifically talking about the creative team right now. If I if I was the CEO of Funcom, the first thing I'd be doing is barging into Joel's office and being like, what the fuck with the AI in this game, you guys? What the actual fuck? You guys copy and pasted the, like, what am I paying you to do? You guys copy and pasted the functionality of the AI all the way throughout this game, and then you artificially inflated the difficulty. Yeah, we're on the most populated server, Oz, as well. It doesn't help that it got split into 3 instances. Farming spice on 3 different instances is... I mean, people are knocking out whole entire containers full, no problem. Oh, holy... 10 cents like, oh, we would make them do microtransactions, but they can't. They don't know how. They don't know how. Every time they prompt ChatGPT to code in microtransactions, ChatGPT tells them no. They can't figure out a workaround to their ChatGPT coding. Spaghetti code is so crazy, man. God, I love when I'm right. Oh, I've said it before as a joke, and I'm going to say it again as a joke. But no joke, dead ass. I'm fucking like 80% positive Pirate Software could have put together a better code base than whatever Funcom has done here. I'm like 80% positive that him by himself could have put together a better, more functioning code base than whatever the hell Funcom put together. And that's saying something, bro. That's saying something. I bet he would have him. I bet he would have. Trust me, bro. Wait till. It is a really low bar, you guys. Well, my God, I wish they would open source Funcom's Dune Awakening code. I think people would be shit shocked. I think people would be shit shocked. That's why they're all fanboys of Pirate at that studio, right? That's where they got their coding lessons from. Yeah. They all took the Pirates crash course in coding. I said it as a joke, dude, but I'm only partially joking. I think solo he would have been able to. And you know what? Haggin has an excellent point. Pirate wouldn't have backed down on the PvP Deep Desert Vision. He would have fucking dug 10 toes in, 20 toes in. He would have grown 10 toes just to dig those 10 toes in. Haggin has an excellent point. He has an excellent point. The bacteria in the toilet can code better than both of them. You're not wrong. I'm telling you, 6 people are doing all of the work, are pulling all of the weight over there. Everybody else is phoning it in. Bunch of phonies, it feels like. Well, here we are again, unfortunately. Not a base in sight. Literally only 2 bases pegged on our thing, and they're tucked off in the corner, which means that the storm's gonna edge them the whole time. I think the storm should just hit the entirety of the deep desert. I think it should be something when it happens that everybody's at some point gonna have to take shelter as the storm cycles through. Once it's open source, we find the magic numbers again. We find all of the magic numbers. Oh shit. Oh shit. Just when you thought that debacle was over, it got reopened. Kinda sad, 2 cities and the Haga Rift are amazing looking. Serious talent was involved. Empty after 4 months. Are we talking about like their art team? Like honestly, yeah. You know, what kind of irritates me is there's a lot of building pieces in Arcane and Harco Village where it's like I really wish I had that building piece, and you know they have the texture and the asset for it. So get it pumping, put it in a pack, sell it, hire another creative team. I just fucking fixed the game for them. Put it in a pack, sell it, hire another creative team. Eventually, fire Joel. If you can get rid of Joel and 90% of the... Is that a base? If you can dump Joel and 90% of the creative team, I would say immediately off the bat before you replace them, do that. But let's go ahead and replace them first and then get rid of them. That seems like the smart thing to do. So many good things about this game except the things that really matter. You know what's the best part about this game? The progression system. It's so solid. It's such a solid progression system. Like whoever came up with the copper all the way through to duraluminum progression system, it's so good. It's so good. The one thing that's irritating about it is the time that it takes to smelt aluminum. But we can even overlook that because that's the type of obstacle that can get overcome by the player by putting something down more than one ore refinery, perhaps, or, you know, several ore refineries. Yeah, you know what sucks, Holy, is like you're not wrong, and a lot of that also has to do with the creative team. So I suppose that we should, oh, God, the lighting there. We should maybe start to distinguish. I'm more so leaning in and talking about like the mechanical creative team. You know, the minds behind creating the mechanical things of the game. For example, like somebody on the creative team, I mean, like, maybe it's a whole nother team entirely, came up with these fucking abilities. Somebody on the creative team came up with the AI code that they use for every single AI inside of this game. Blade, hey, very nice, very nice. Level 180 coming in. Now the grind begins. A design team, yeah. The design team's doing solid with the art and shit. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Jonas. Jonas brings up a good point here. progression system in Dune Awakening doesn't do anything out of the box. It doesn't do anything out of the box. You know, one thing it does that kind of adds to it, I think, Jonas, is the water management a little bit. Like, what is it? Because you're right. What is it about Dune's progression system that I enjoy so much? Because you're right. It's your typical survival progression system. Like, when you boil it down, going from one tier to the next tier to the next tier, that's just your typical survival progression system. But something about the way Dune implements it just works, you know? It just really works. There's a solid 200 hours of content and grind that can be put into the Haga Basin, and you'll enjoy every minute of it. Honestly, Eurism, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Realistically, the next 24-hour Dune Awakening stream that's going to be happening is probably going to be when the expansion drops. Maybe if the DLC was anything substantial, but the DLC's not going to be nothing. I don't know who Mr. Frogfeet was, but we need him back. Wait for water in what? Because of the death stills? Wait for water in what? Joel is Mr. Frogfeet? Oh, the dev that left, full stop. Mr. Frogfeet, Joel. I see. Just because Joel wears, like, sandals or something. He did have, like, them fucked up toes that one time, didn't he? Oh, that poor son of a bitch. What the hell was he doing? It's like those guys don't take their jobs seriously. They don't take their jobs seriously. The same with the 3 devs coming on the live stream. They didn't have any clue what they were talking about. Yeah, see, Holy, that's why I'm wondering what Blade's talking about, because I refused to use death stills for the longest time as well. So I would get my water via the dew, and running as a solo, you know, I always had pretty much plenty of water. But Blade's not wrong. The death still is a game changer. More of a game changer than I was giving it credit for right in the beginning. I had the death stills unlocked, I just didn't use them. I thought going through the hassle of getting the bodies would be just as tedious as going and collecting the water. And in a way it is, but getting the bodies and then you're done and then you're just going to continuously gain water. Whereas in the damn dew, you have to harvest it every single night. Yeah, and then you have to wait until the next nighttime before you can even do collect. and they lowered the amount of dew flowers that spawn in these primrose fields, which kind of chokeholded that method as well. Yeah, Chuji has an aluminum base set up next to like 10 aluminum nodes that never changed their location even after the storm, and it's right next to an enemy camp where he can collect like 10 bodies without even hardly walking out of his front door. Very nice.
On infiltration.
Hey, Spia coming in and dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you?
Intimidation.
Oh, welcome, welcome. I hope that you're doing fantastic. Hey, Knifed Games came in and dropped a follow on Twitch an hour ago as well. I missed it. I'm sorry. Hi, welcome. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Well, I'm not sure if Yurizim and Juji are still on Instance 2 and they managed to have a storm hit yet. It's 20 minutes until the next storm over there, and there's not even one singular base over here. I don't know why I refused to use the death stills for so long, Blade, but I just refused to use them. I just thought the dew was a simpler process. It was way slower, though, and after I swapped to death stills, bro, I'll never harvest dew again. That was stupid. That was ridiculous. I don't know what the hell I was doing. I don't know what the hell I was doing. One thing I like, it's frustrating with Dune Awakening, but at the same time, it's something I like about it, is the spur of the moment to moment gameplay that does happen out here in the deep desert. I wish it was a little bit more high octane, but if it was high octane all of the time, it would kind of take away from the times where it does get intense. What I like about it, though, is that you just never know. You know, you just never know when, like, for example, we're over on Dew Gap and we fly over a big bowl island, and then all of a sudden there's a carrier in the middle of it that we go and rocket down. Oh, what the hell? There's a base. Or, you know, like Kel and I are raiding a base yesterday, and then all of a sudden, boom, a carrier's there, and 6 scout ornithopters all shooting rockets at us out of nowhere. It's that moment-to-moment gameplay that I really enjoy. I don't know. I don't know him. I have no idea. You're not wrong, though. There's been several of them. This one almost looks like it's meshed into the terrain. Like, that's either a cave or it's meshed somehow. But I honestly don't know. You're right. They've been showing up all over the place. Well, Blade, if they quit playing because of the way the water system works, let me tell you, they dodged a bullet then, because none of the rest of this game was going to impress them. That's the tip of the iceberg, him. That's just to the start. That's only where the problems begin. Oh, interesting. This is close to that lab. Really close to that lab. I should have gone and snagged a fuel cell with Eurism when he did. All of these storms on each of these instances seem to happen within like 10. I think the longest we've seen is 20 minutes of each other. So we should also be close to a storm on this server as well. I don't think this thing's shielded. We don't even need to wait. I'm glad I checked that. I typically always check that. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not shielded. Oh, come on. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Jonas. That's like a... Okay, so maybe the vehicles helped in the progression system as well. Maybe it was like a mixture of the vehicles and the gear that you got as well. Okay, there's still a sub-thief. Oh, we found it. Good. Oh, we got a chest. We got a chest. Ooh. Nice. Oh, he's got the juice. This is what we needed. This is what we needed. This extended our trip, actually. Very nice. Little did he know how clutch that was gonna come in handy. There's only been 3. Your issue with the game has only ever been 3 things before exploits: spice sand, 1 to 100 spice, flour needing 1 million plus, and water. I go through 67 million water a day. Yeah, you know, I don't disagree with most of that. Hey, that base had the gas, man. Hey, we needed that. Exactly, Mad Max level base right there. Is a Mad Max style base where we got it for the gas. Double Mad Max, the maddest of the Maxes. Mad Max 2.0, all maxed out. Sounds good. Sounds right. This is the last island right here, and then maybe that one on F4, and we've checked them all on this instance, and there was that one singular base. Absolutely frickin' brutal. Yeah, Holy, I'm there with you. We've got 40,000 that are due over on the due gap. We just checked the due gap today and had to re-put power back on that thing. Yeah, the end game really falls apart, doesn't it, him? It's crazy. And yeah, the leader-on clicking was a big fucking flop on their part. That should have been caught so early on in development. I think that the developers were probably using the death stills. I think more people were using leader-ons to fill their water than the developers were anticipating, but they need to have hindsight for things like that. Also, you can't have hindsight for everything, but you can damn well make sure that you do a better job at fixing things faster. There's no reason that needed to be broken for as long as it was. The assault ornithopter storage could have been fixed earlier. There's like a few things that could have been done better. Yeah, I don't care about lore though, Blade, so I don't... Like, obviously, you're gonna have to gamify things at some point in time. I agree, I agree. I will die on that hill. I will die on that hill. They at least didn't play the game naturally at all. They didn't play the game without spawning themselves in. Because I agree. You don't even hit death stills before you need water. So they would have had to use leader-ons to fill their water up at some point in time if they even played the game for 2 hours naturally without spawning themselves in or just giving them dev tools of unlimited resources or whatever. Yeah, no, I'll die on that hill. They didn't play their game naturally for more than 2 hours, which is a shame. That's a sad way to develop, and if I was in charge of a studio, I would make it mandatory Fridays where you spend the first half of your day playing the game on a fresh account that you're going to play all the way through the game on. Every Friday, you log on to your account, and for 4 hours of your Friday, you're going to spend progressing on that account. I don't give a fuck what you're doing for 4 hours, but you're playing the game and progressing on the account. That's what you're doing. I would make it mandatory. Every Friday, I would call it Fun Time Friday. Because you should be having a fun time playing your game. Otherwise, get out. We don't need you here. You're in the wrong studio. Right, Blade, yeah, right. So, true. Also true. It is possible. It is entirely possible But even if you know to rush the story first, Blade, you need water. You need water before you can rush to the point in the story where you unlock you need water before you reach the point in the story where you unlock the death stills. You need water before that, and you should be having to use a leader John to fill your water before that. You know? Well, that sucks. Not a single base on this island, just in time for the storm to roll through. Perfect.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Player feedback wouldn't have fixed anything, Holy. I heard that in the testing for the game that the players warned the devs that other players were going to log out camp chests. The devs were warned from the players who did the testing that people were going to log out camp the chests in the deep desert. You want to know what their response to that was, Holy? They didn't respond to that with like, "Oh, maybe we'll try to come up with a solution to that before they launch the game." That wasn't their response. Their response was, "Players won't play like that. The players won't play like that." What, dude? If it can be exploited, it will be exploited. If you're developing a game and you're not developing it with that mindset, again, you're just in the wrong line of work. If that's in fact true, Holy, I'm only relying on like third parties from what I've heard. But if that is true, it really is just a sad state of arrogance, honestly. Also ignorance. Like, how could you ignore the fact that that's obviously how people are going to play? Also, how could you be so arrogant to think that your game is special enough for players to not turn to exploiting? Because that's just crazy. It's not even just about having to drink it, though, Blade. You need it to process materials. You posted tickets about that exploit during that test? Are you talking about the logout one? Like players wouldn't push their carriers into the sand with their scouts and thumper them in the PvE zone. Of course they are. Of course they will. If they can, they will. If they can exploit it, they will. There's people building under the map as we speak. All of the bases this week are probably under the map. Log out on a ship next to a chest. Oh. Shit. That's smart. They also knew about all of the duping methods before release. They left it in anyways. Right. So I forget what we were originally talking about. Oh. If they had gone into early access it wouldn't have fucking made a difference, bro. These guys are levels of incompetence not seen before in game development. Like, honestly, it's wild that the game is even somehow remotely playable or even fun or successful at all. Like, it's just honestly mind-blowing. But it is. It is successful, and the beginning of the game is fun. Early to mid, even into late game is fun. End game sucks. Like, Funcom would be worse than Ubisoft if Funcom was putting out really bad woke games. You know what I mean? If Funcom was putting out bad games on top of all these bugs and the spaghetti code, we might be looking at like the worst development studio of all time, which right now I think is very firmly grasped by Ubisoft. I'm pretty sure Ubisoft's holding that title right now. But man, if Funcom wasn't able to churn out a game that is at least like enticing enough to put in 1,000 hours to, because a lot of the people who play Conan Exiles will bitch about Conan Exiles all day, but they've got thousands of hours in that game. So obviously Funcom's doing something right. Something that you can't even like put a pin in. You can't even pinpoint what it is that they're doing right. Something. But yeah, sounds like there was several pretty big, massive, game-breaking bugs that they knew about in advance, which tells me that no amount of early access time or whatever is going to fix it. I think these guys should be shaking in their boots, making sure that they're fully prepared for the console launch. Not only for it to run optimally on consoles, but also for them to flesh out the end game content, because the beginning to middle to late game content is super good and solid, and the progression system is good. So if they literally just dialed in the end game, it would be a 10 out of 10. Somebody in the chat earlier, I don't know if it was you, him, was talking about the vampire game or whatever. Him, if that's how the developers were, or Blade, if that's how the developers were playing the game, that's just fucking retarded. And also, we're neglecting vehicles entirely. Like, what are you just handcrafting the vehicles? Like, what are you doing to make your aluminum? You need aluminum to make certain refineries. You know, what are you doing to make your iron and steel? You literally need water within 2 hours of the game. Like, you should be having to put water into a cistern somewhere in order to function with some form of processing. I would say within 2 hours of the game. I just think the fact that it launched without a deposit all button tells you that the developers never even noticed that it needed a deposit all button, because they never played it. They never played it in the way that you would have to use the deposit all button. And if the developers were metagaming, which they weren't, but if they were, developer metagaming is spawning yourself in with developer tools. That's metagaming for a developer. But if they were metagaming, it doesn't help their case anymore. Even if they were metagaming like that, Blade, it does not help their case anymore. And they weren't. I'm telling you, they weren't. These are developers we're talking about here. The amount of which played this game is probably in the single digits. Oh. Oh. Blade, I thought you were talking about like the Vampire Rising game or whatever somebody was talking about earlier. You're right. They did kind of coattail off of the IP a bit, though. The IP isn't what got me interested in the game at all. For some reason, Blade, I feel like when I'm saying you need ingots in order to craft things, you're thinking that I'm saying you need ingots in order to craft gear. And what I'm saying is you need those ingots in order to craft the machines that you need in order to craft any sort of gear or any sort of vehicles or anything like that. In order to make any of that, you need water in a cistern. The number one way to put water in a cistern, especially in the early game, is via the Leader-Jean and your cistern itself. There's zero chance that they shouldn't have run into the situation where they needed to put water in their cistern via a Leader-Jean, and they should have immediately noticed that the deposit all feature needs to be added into the game. Home, a sweet home. We made it. Oh, yeah, there you go, too. There you go, too. So you could possibly make the argument that they were using blood and blood refineries in order to fill their water. I forgot about that. I was trying to think in my head. I thought there was another early game way of refining. Yeah, the blood and the blood purifiers. Another machine that needed a deposit all feature. Though that's a little less apparent. That's a little less apparent because it's fairly easy to fill it up with just like a minimal amount of clicks. But if you can turn a minimal amount of clicks into one amount of clicks as a game developer, that's what you should be doing. That's what a competent game developer would do. How big is the Funcom team? It's not like we're talking about a fucking team of 3 people. It's not like we're talking about a small studio. We're obviously not talking about an EA level studio, but we're talking about a Tencent backed studio here. It's got to be fairly big. So the downsizing and the restructuring might also just be a consequence of hiring on too many incompetent people. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know. I don't run these companies for a business, or I don't run companies like this for a reason. I've never been asked. Mainly. We are 1 hour and 30 minutes away from the reset here. A mere hour and 30 minutes. Nowhere near as much happening in the deep desert tonight as last, though. Man, last night when we checked it... When did we check the player count tonight, I wonder? We checked it fairly... Oh, why is Photoshop open? That's probably fucking reaming my computer right now. Funcom got hit by Doge. Good, they need it. They need it, bro. They need it. He probably was. He probably was, TCG. You want to know why? You want to know why? Because without a deposit all button, it forced the players to spend more time at the water cistern depositing water. You know what? Somebody actually... Here's what happened, TCG. Let me explain to you exactly what happened. The game originally had a deposit all water button. One of the developers said, hey, I've got an idea. If we get rid of the deposit all button, then players will be forced to spend more time at the cistern. Thus, this will be another way that we're sucking time out of the player. And then guess what happened next? Come on, you guys all know what happened next. Pyro starts going up in the back. Boom, boom, boom. Confetti starts flying all over the place. Fucking everybody's on their feet. John, he did it again. He did it again. He's our man. And then they took the deposit all feature out of the game. That is definitely a medium-sized team. Yep. I'd almost put that on the larger side of things. Like, that has got to be straddling the fence of large. That has most definitely got to be straddling the fence of large-sized development team there. Last night was popping him. That's what I'm saying. When I checked the player count last night, that's what I was going to look up. When I checked the player count on Harmony last night, there was a shitload of people on. Like, a lot. A lot of people on. Like, almost twice what is typically on at the time that I checked. I don't remember when I checked today. But it was 160 when I checked. And it's at 121 now. I don't think it dropped below 180 last night. It was at like 360 at some point in time. It was surprisingly hot last night. It was surprisingly hot. What is today? It's heading into Friday, so tomorrow should be popping as well. No. No, Victor. Wrong. Wrong, Victor. Wrong. They had a mini-map designed, but they took it out. Why? Because players weren't getting lost. Here comes fucking John in the team meeting. John the asshole. This guy and his ideas. He comes in and he says, you know what? I've done some studying, and when we take the mini-map out, players are getting lost 34% of the time more. Thus, they're spending a total of 5 extra minutes trying to find their way. Therefore, we are sucking more player time out of the player. Fucking pyro going up in the back. Boom, 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 boom. Confetti, confetti. They're like, John did it again. They did it again. They bring in the cake. They bring in the cake so they can sing happy birthday to John. Because it's not his birthday. It's not his birthday. But they give him a birthday cake every time he comes up with one of these ideas. That's why they took the mini-map out. Alex, good morning, my friend. Alex, good morning. I hope you're doing well. Honestly, Blade, minimap compass, 6 to 1, half a dozen to another. I realistically don't care. A minimap for me, I think, would be solid, but it does, like Victor said, it does actually sometimes get in the way. TCG brings up some frustrating things, though, that happens because of not having a minimap. Fucking John. fucking John. John's an asshole. John is an asshole. That John guy, he's a dickhead. Oh, excuse me. You go ahead. You first.
Ladies
Sorry.
and gentlemen,
I'll use this one. Don't you worry.
On infiltration instead of invasion.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
On intimidation.
What the heck just happened? Dark came in and dropped a Prime sub over on Twitch before they were even following the channel. They're crazy. They're actually crazy. They're madmen. We appreciate you, man. Welcome. We hope you're doing well. Welcome. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. Dropping a follow on a channel or dropping a sub on a channel before you even followed. That's crazy. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. Hey. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. You're a madman. You're a madman, Dark. You're crazy. We appreciate you, my friend. We most definitely do. Random just passed in the market and was like, he looks familiar. The eldest of the men, Jenkins, makes his rounds. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. This is not a face that you easily forget. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? This guy gets it. This guy gets it. Oh. This guy's been taking the spice. Hey, buddy. Buddy, you've been taking the spice lately, I see. He's a fellow spice head. Why? Fucking why, dude? $90 million Solari PK in the bag, in the bag. It was a compactor, he said? Yeah, 2 million is nothing. 2 million on a hyperinflated server, and you're saying that that's something? This is fucking nothing. I could buy this 75 times over. The one thing I'll give you here is there's literally only 4 of them on the market. I don't know how often people are running the tier 5 labs nowadays, though. What is this? Oh, there it is. Like, what is this? Stupid? There we go. Yeah, 2 million is nothing, but there is only 4 of them on the market. I'll give you that. What about... Just don't know the name of tier 5 shit. What's something you get a decent amount of out of the labs? What's another thing that comes out of the labs that is also a solid item? They're making the search feature mostly work in the patch. Good. Good to hear. Long range scanner is a good, that's a good one. Is that tier 5? Long range scanners tier 6. Isn't it? Was I in the wrong tier? I was in the wrong tier. Long range scanner is a good one as well. I was thinking more of I was looking more for like a is it not a dash? I was looking more for a weapon or item. Okay, long range scanner. No fucking way, dude. That's actually crazy right there. I have a hard time believing it, but there's only 4 of these on the market as well. This is a better example. This is a better example than the compactor him. Only 4 of them and 30 million? That's fucking insane. Replica Jolt Sword. Are people even running labs? Are people even running the tier 5 labs? Because you would think that'd be on the market. Because now it's a question of, are they not even bothering to put it on the market because it won't sell? What about Mendex? See, like 400,000 in Mendex, the armor is a solid pickup for full loot if that were ever to come into play. And look how worthless it is. And why is it so worthless? Because it's constantly dropping. There's not a whole lot of them in the market, so it's not as much of a repeat. Oh, the triple shot's a good one, but that's a tier 6. This is a tier 6 weapon. The adept triple shot, though. 5 finger. That comes from a quest, though, doesn't it? See, Station Garb isn't even on here, and you're right. That one does drop a lot. It probably just does not sell. How much is irradiated slag? Do you really want to see the components? Are you on Dugat? Are you on Harmony, Victor? Because this is about to get disgusting. Irradiated slag, 60,000 apiece at the lowest. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so this is probably a bit jarring. To look at. Yeah, Eurism, yeah. Some of these components are actually stupid valuable. Definitely worth looking at. Like, and you don't even use a whole lot of them, so I don't know why they're so expensive. It's probably a bit jarring to look at, but take into account, Victor, that this is the most populated NA server. So the Solari dupes that happened absolutely ravaged this server and hyperinflated the hell out of it. The Melange dupes that happened completely and totally blitzed this server. All of the dupes that happened basically hit Harmony like 10x. $285 million, and I think that's a decent price. You know, probably closer to like 200 is my mark where I think that would sit. This is a solid shotgun. This is a really solid shotgun. Being on fire hurts. $30 million Solari wouldn't do you nothing over here. This 143 million Solari on this server is poor. There's people with billions. 2.14 of billions, I should say, to be exact. Damn, the dupes might have actually been pinched. Somebody said they found some earlier, so that the duping kind of happens on demand. That might not be a duper. Can't tell if it's better than perf. Honestly, the bleed damage is hard to take note of, Kel, isn't it? It really, really is. Yes, Victor, absolutely. And there's 3 instances of the deep desert inside of Harmony. So when they camp these spots, there's now 3 different instances that they have to camp, and it's not typically the same guild camping each and every instance, but every single instance is camped, and it very easily could be one guild spreading their numbers and camping the instances. Absolutely. Are you sure fire doesn't damage through shield? No, Shane. We honestly haven't even pushed for Shellburster this week at all. I've just been coming out here doing what we enjoy doing on this game, and that's typically raiding and then messing around out in the wild. We were messing around with Executor for a bit. I think. Oh. Actually, I think Kel and I got a Shellburster the other day. I don't remember. I don't remember if Kel and I pulled one out of there, but we were picking around at that area where that guy was at. I don't remember what the hell happened on that day. It does him? Are you saying fire does do damage through shield? I thought it did. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying a little bit. So, when you are on fire, yes, it's damaging through your shield. Does bleed have an effect? Or is bleed just like extra damage? Or do you eventually hit a state of bleeding where then you're just draining damage over time? I don't know. So bleed does have an extra effect similar to the way fire and poison do. It drains slow, so it doesn't tick as fast as fire. I hate how little information this game gives us. I really, really do. We shouldn't have to piece this together. We shouldn't have to piece this together. It should just be all laid out there information-wise for us to study, understand, and then work with. Makes your screen look like an overemphasized version of when you're at critical health. Interesting. If it causes like that bad of a visual effect, I wonder if that's effective in combat, like say throwing people off. Cannot be applied through shield. Okay. Well, that kind of sucks then, because if you're hitting somebody with that shotgun and they don't have a shield on, chances are you're getting ready to two-tap them. So that kind of sucks. That's probably why bleed's not an effect that you see actually proc on you very often. I don't think I've ever had bleed proc on me. Fuck, I wish there was an undo. I wish there was an undo button. That's what I'm saying, Blade. That's what I'm saying. You won't notice the bleed because, yeah, you're dead. If the bleed doesn't stack until your shield is down and they're hitting you with the bleed weapon, they better be they're gonna be hitting you with like one pellet at a time if you happen to get the bleed effect hit on you, I swear. Maybe we do another Eurism special here. We make a cactus. We make a cactus. Voila! Ta-da! Mm-hmm. What do we put? What do we put? Slap one of these down. Building limit for this category. Since when? How'd the base rating go? You know, we got into a couple tonight. We got into a couple. We got into a couple. Out of granite. That's why I stopped placing these down. Nice. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I hate that we have to do the testing in the game. Absolutely hate that. Hmm. Too far, too far. Games like this need open testing, not private. Private testing rarely actually fixes and balances anything. It had, well, okay, it did have private testing, but they ignored the testers' warnings. These developers ignored the testers and the stuff that they told them was going to happen anyways. So I don't think it would have mattered what sort of, like, testing got done, to be honest. Nice. We may have to go back and delete some of the lights that we have. I'll worry about that at another time, though. We'll worry about that at another time. If we just continue to knock up, you know, some decorations here, some decorations there, decorations today, some decorations tomorrow. Eventually, we will have all of this taken care of. Alan Scott, the server for testing is an open server. If you own the game right now, currently, you have the test server. Yeah, no, I agree with you there, Alan. We're most definitely the console test dummies. I mean, honestly, we've got a lot of the decorating knocked down. They don't listen to testing. All they said, at all, they said, oh, you one-shot something through shields with max talent weapon damage? Okay, we'll cut the damage by 50% and call it a fix. I wish that I could doubt what you're saying, but I believe it. I believe it entirely. I don't doubt it for a single second. Yeah, Adam, he said or Alan, he said you're not wrong. He said you're not wrong. Because you're not. You're dead on. I think the game will sell well on console, and I think it'll do well on console. I think by the time the game launches, if the game launched right now on console, it would do fantastic. Strictly because there's hundreds of hours of content and progression inside of the Haga Basin. Console players would get their fill of that and move on, kind of like a lot of people did on PC. Oh, I get what you're saying. I mean, obviously, they'll do a marketing push when they push it to sell on console. And I think the console release is pairing right alongside of, like, the TV show or whatever the hell's coming out. Right, him, yeah. The PvP in the beta with the streamers and shit, that was a big red flag. That was a big red flag. And what was funny about that, and probably the biggest red flag about that whole situation was, you know, again, they just kind of hit it with this response where they were like, we knew that was a problem in the current build. And I think one of the devs even said, they were like, we were, you know, just hoping they wouldn't end up playing like that. And I just don't get that development attitude, bro. If it can be exploited, it will be exploited. Period. There's a period at the end of that sentence. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, or whats, or hows, or just if it can be exploited, it 100% of the time will be exploited. Period. I came out here for granite and mined up a bunch of plastone. Also, I'm getting like 150 milliseconds of ping when I'm in the Haga Basin nowadays. It's crazy. It's crazy. I feel your pain, Leah. I feel your pain. This is rough. Ooh, looks like Ross has got a couple bits of his base up over here. He's got it cooking. He's got it cooking. I like it. I like it. I like the Ornithopter Bay. These are one of the hardest things for me because they have to be so fucking huge. They have to be so big in order to just, like, realistically fit these stupid things. Stamina locks are absolutely shit design. You shouldn't have your stamina locked just by taking hits. Oh, your stamina locked from regenerating just by taking hits? Is that what's happening to me in a fight? I'm like expecting my stamina to have regenerated a certain amount of time because I haven't, but I've been taking hits, so it's not regenerating. Is that what's happening? I see. Yeah, I don't like that design either. Competitive PvP and Dune Awakening aren't two words that can coincide with each other because there's no risk versus reward inside of Dune. It's hard, and amongst all of the other issues, it's hard to call a slap job of something competitive. Like, even with like the remote possibility of being competitive, it's not competitive PvP. It's also guild versus guild, which is a different style of competitive that I don't consider very like talent showcasingly competitive. You know? Yeah, we're probably gonna have to rework a few of our lights inside of this base, you guys, genuinely. Honestly, you know, the second wind mechanic, it's like they wouldn't even need to have that if the stamina didn't get locked as you were taking hits. You know, people would be able to regenerate stamina and then get an extra dodge in just the same as they do when it just does the full-on reset. Let's take a quick little look-see here, see what our piece count's at. All right, we're getting closer and closer to the halfway point on our decoration here. Still plenty of decoration that we can throw into this thing. Hey, Sam, very nice. The Atreides bases are solid. They're like the best ones, to be honest. Harkonnen is lackluster. It's not Harkonnen's fault. It's the design team's fault. You know, Harkonnen's got some missing pieces, you know, it seems. Atreides is a fun set to build with. Atreides is a fun one to build with, that is for certain. I do enjoy the building inside of this game. This is another system of the game that I quite enjoy. You can build some mega bases in this game, which I absolutely can get down on. My favorite part is building up a big-ass base, and then, like, sometimes when you're in the process of building the base, like, I'll be up here trying to work out this roof, and then you just look down and you actually catch a glimpse of, like, the perspective of the base that you're building, and it's like, oh, I was down there building the production hall earlier, and now there we are. It's like 400 feet below me as I'm up in the Ornithopter Bay area now. This isn't even the Ornithopter Bay anymore. It's been repurposed into the watermill room. The base building system in this game is solid. It could be better, though. Like, a click to build would be huge. Chuji, I'm not sure if you're here anymore, but you know that I moved your Ornithopter up here. Just so you know. Yeah, the transitioning pieces is huge. Did I redo the... No, I didn't. I didn't do the I didn't redo the back stairs at all. No, I need to, though. I need to make it where this staircase comes off of here. Oh, that was an easier rework than I was anticipating. Huh. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? That was an easy rework. Always rails all the time. Why? Because you do not want a lawsuit on your hands. So we always rail all the time. Safety first. Hell yeah, that looks so much better. That looks so much better. Like I knew what I was doing exactly. Like we had it planned. Like we had it planned. Actually, Sam called us out. Him's a plant. Him's a plant. Him's actually me. I was typing on my side screen here. Oh yeah, remind myself to do the stairs so I can look like I'm super smart and fix the stairs in one piece. It's all calculated. It's all calculated, you guys. Nothing is real. Nothing is ever real. It's all calculated and orchestrated. This piece of the base seems like an oversight. But we'll just continue to overlook it. Oh, some decorations up here as well. This is another area that I'll have to decorate. We've got... So the decoration pieces, I was always worried with these mega bases, you guys. Even on even on Dugap, where I was putting together that mega base, I was like, okay, we are going to run out of decorations and it's going to lead to a point where a lot of my rooms are just empty rooms like this, and I don't want that. Kind of sucks, you know? You want each room to kind of have its own feng shui to it. But I'm coming to realize that with 700 decoration pieces, we actually have a lot of room to work with. Hayden, I thought it was you who gave us the idea for the bridge, wasn't it? I forget who it was. Hayden, I'm pretty positive it was you that gave us the idea for the Bridge of Destiny. I'm pretty sure Hayden was like, you should build a bridge. You should build a pentabridge. A bridge that I can't even use. Aww. Yeah, you're a plant, Tim, as in, like, I'm controlling you. You're not real. Him's not a real person. Him's been planted in the audience to feed me information in lines at the proper time, to make the show function and flow. Or lights, him, or lights. And the lights actually don't light up very well, I agree. How'd I get rid of the spice addiction? Did I get rid of the spice addiction? I lost 1 bar of it. I don't know. I don't honestly know. In general? Oh, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. You just one day at a time, I guess. The eldest of the men, Jenkins, if we take a deep look at his eyes, you see he hasn't quite mastered how to get rid of that yet. They're quite blue. Just takes time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are 45 minutes away from the daily reset. I'm pretty positive my kid was throwing up earlier, and my wife She doesn't have work tomorrow, so she doesn't have a problem dealing with it. But I do want to go make sure that they got all right, all taken care of, and whatnot. I was going to end it at 4, but we are going to end it here now rather than in 45 minutes. We will be going live again tomorrow, where we're going to be doing more of the same thing here, diving into Dune Awakening. Hopefully finding some more bases to raid. If not, we're probably going to spend some more time trying to get the Shell Burster, messing around with that, doing that. We also might do a bit of a split stream tomorrow and run the second half of the live stream, jumping into some RuneScape leagues. There's some endgame bossing that I can get into over there, which I'm looking forward to trying to dip my toes into. We might do that live here on stream. We might not. So it might be a split stream. It might not. But for sure, we're going to be live tomorrow, jumping into some Dune Awakening, diving back into the raids, probably pushing for some Shell Burster and whatnot and whatnot. Oh, yeah, you know what, Hayden? That's not a bad idea, giving somebody access so they can replace some floor pieces every so often into the one things. Excellent idea. Excellent idea. Over on the Twitch, we had an excellent, fantastic night tonight. Lex and Dies for Days came in and rated us with 155 viewers, believe it or not. They're freaking madmen. They're absolutely crazy. But on top of that, Hagian dropped a community gifted sub. He's a madman. We had Dark come in and drop a Prime sub as well. Also crazy. We appreciate you guys. We most definitely appreciate you guys. Over on the YouTube, it was an excellent night as well. The top 10 fans of the night are him coming in at number 1, followed by Chuji at number 2, and then Sparkle Farts, who farts are always glistening in the wind. Everybody knows if Sparkle farts, they knows where it came from because they just follow the glitter right back to the butt. Number 4, though, we got Sam coming in, followed by Kato, Loading Screen, Mystify, MHC, Hayden, and Blade coming in, rounding out the top 10. TCG almost made it. They were here for a while. We appreciate you guys. We most definitely appreciate you guys. Hayden and Blade and him and Alan was here for a bit. Jen over on the Twitch was here for a bit. We appreciate you guys. We're going to be running it live again tomorrow. Like I said, jumping back into some Dune Awakening. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.